Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcome to Nityananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us, that is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nityananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nityananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nityananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of Kailasa, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nityananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nityananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nityananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nityananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashvatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nityananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nityananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle, and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nityananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayaद्वारा भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परम शिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय पराध्ये श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिव पुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानो वीक्षण नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयष्टम शतोत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीत सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूदामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीत अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीतादीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीता त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेन पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana.
Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach, and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Neti Asana. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low And keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Udyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose and cross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight. Visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly. Shake, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhiya Asana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. In Parshva Mayurasana, as you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjaneyasana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjaneyasana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your forearms underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space in Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anasuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anasuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Udyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsyavatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye. The other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana. On the other side, remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parishamudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The supreme point of Hinduism, Swamiji is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in. Bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. in Siddhyasana now. Continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas. Sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone clenched, as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position. As you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Uddiyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out, both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the supreme point of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Moola Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side. Lay on your back. Bring the opposite hand to the foot. Gaze at your nose. And continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivriti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivriti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivriti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivriti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now, from Jatara Parivriti, you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands, holding your ankles. and lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Peetham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extended straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful Karana, the Lolitika Karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapota Nitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back. pulling them down towards your calves, open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Paramashivoham. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapota Nitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Utthanotthanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head, tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly. Sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into. The Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position. Bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release. As we enter into Tandavasana, stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously, cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side, and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jivachala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body upright, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of your behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips Keep your hands on your knees. In Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready. Place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhuasana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds and relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position and slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees. On your knees with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards. And alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. Giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. And remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands. Rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Udyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashivoham himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to us standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your as we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees, your elbows adjacent to the knees, your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana too. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadamba Asana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground, bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees, hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down, keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left, lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi, Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourself. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward. Visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up, and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg that is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now, from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashu Mudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Uddiyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose. In Nagrasana, do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground. The knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanaukasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanaukasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवच्छ्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
आनन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचरं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं तद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam to all the participants that are here with us, all the Kailasavasis that are logged in, all the Paramashivoham participants. Nityanandam, hope all of you had a wonderful yoga. How was yoga for all of you? Hope all of you enjoyed today's yoga. Please take a few minutes and share how was your experience in yoga today. Actually, understand we are doing yoga every day using the 12 different components, along with 12 different components. So each time that you're bending your body, you're doing these asanas with these 12 components, such amazing benefits happen for you, including awakening of your chakras. Your chakras actually get awakened. Each time you are doing the bandhas, each of the bandhas are actually working directly on your chakras. Ma Angelica saying challenging, but it was good. Wonderful. Actually, Ma Angelica, when you start doing it every day, and whenever you come for initiation, sitting in the satsang, in the darshan, during the initiation, Swamiji awakens your Kundalini Shakti, right? And that Kundalini Shakti will help you to be able to do the asanas in much better manner. Like literally, you'll be able to suddenly see. Till yesterday, one asana would have been very difficult. Again, today, when you're trying, you'll see your body itself will move and do. So get ready for that. That's why you should do this yoga every day and come for the darshan, because the initiation is so important for this Nityananda yoga. Now, I request all others also to share. And now it is time we enter into power manifestation. See, during the yoga, what happens is our whole being is directly connected to Swamiji, and you're guided, your body movements, or the breathing pattern that you're having, the visualization you're having, the japa you're having. All these 12 components help you to experience powerful space of oneness directly with Swamiji, which is what helps you in power manifestation. Power manifestation is nothing but you experiencing oneness with Swamiji. So now, in that same space of having that oneness with Swamiji, let us now enter into the power manifestation. We're going to be doing the power of seeing through your third eye. And now, I'm going to request all the participants to please blindfold yourselves completely. Cover your eyes. And if you have an eye band, please cover your eyes with the eye band. Or even if you do not have an eye band, then you can put any cloth. But make sure you're not just closing your eyes, but you're actually covering your eyes completely. You should blindfold yourselves completely. And in today's session, in today's power manifestation, I'm going to request all of you to do one thing. Try to focus on identifying all the different objects, like any solid objects that you're seeing. Start trying to identify that through your third eye. Like, what is the exact object that is being projected to you? First, start with describing the colors of it, describing the shapes of it, whatever you're seeing, right? Start with describing all of these different objects. Can I request all of you to please blindfold yourself? Please cover your eyes completely. And keep it in such a way where you're not, even with your eyes closed, right? It should not have, you should not be able to, the light should not be able to pass through. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Now, we're going to be projecting an image for all of you to scan. Please connect the Swamiji. Chant the Mahavakya.
and see through the third eye. Try and identify the exact image that is being projected to you. Go into the details of the colors, the shape, the size, the picture, every single thing what is being shown to you. Please chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Please relax. Slowly, please open your eyes. I request each of you to please share what was the exact item, the object that you saw through the third eye. Describe in detail. Share everything that you saw, all of them in detail, and tell how was it for you? What is the colors, objects that you saw? What all forms revealed to you in your third eye? Post everything in detail in the chat. Describe each and every everything in detail, including the color, the shape, the size, the picture. And each time, whenever you actually manifest this power, if you just start bringing the right powerful cognitions, if you start doing, literally, if you start cognizing, understanding all these truths that Swamiji is revealing, just start reminding yourself and applying them in everything. Whenever you're manifesting powers, whenever you are doing completion, whenever you're making a life decision, each time actually sit and start applying these truths. When you start doing that, right, you will see the way how these powerful cognitions will become a part of your system. It will really become like your experience. All right. Now, you all can see this is the exact image that was projected for you all. It was just a set of pots and pans from traditional kitchen. Now, every time you have to manifest powers, right? Remember one thing. The success, like you seeing or not seeing the picture, that does not determine your Paramashivatva. The space that Swamiji has bestowed you with is independent of you manifesting powers. It's not because you're manifesting powers, you're Paramashiva. It is because you're Paramashiva, you will manifest powers. Start cognizing it, start understanding it. Then the way you will not be faltering, you will not allow your inner space to falter because of any incompletion or any self-doubt or even any success. Now, we're all going to be entering into the first session of our day today, where we're going to be understanding about what is the ultimate reality of life. Today, we're all going to be learning how to break free from Maya, how to go beyond all the Maya, and how to experience that space of complete completion and oneness. And the first session that we're going to be learning about is how to break free from this Maya. What is this reality, the only reality in life?
Today's subject, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, 162nd Sutra, in 3rd chapter, 56th verse, transition to superconsciousness. Subject is transition to superconsciousness. Let me enter into the sutra. Sattva Purushayo Suddhihi Samye Kaivalyam. Swami Vivekananda translates this as, by the similarity of purity between the Sattva and the Purusha comes Kaivalya. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, perfection is attained when the mind becomes as pure as Atman itself. Swami Sachidananda translates as, when the tranquil mind attains purity equal to that of the self, there is absoluteness. Bhagavan Osho translates as, Sattva Purushayoho Suddhi Samye Kaivalyam. Liberation is obtained when there is equality of purity between the Purusha and Sattva. Let me translate from my experience. Purusha is a pure light. Sattva is the pure reflection where there is no convergence, conflict, dust. Purusha is a pure light, what we call as God, Atman, consciousness, enlightened knowledge, Guru's energy, whatever you name it, it is one. The source, Hiranmayi Garbha, the source from which everything originates, the source from which everything expresses itself, the source on which everything stays. I'll give you the example. The light in front of me can be considered as the Purusha, source. And this mirror can be considered as the body, the exact reflection of that light where it falls. You can see now the reflection falls and the reflection reflects on the wall. The reflection area exactly where you see the reflection of the pure light, that is called sattva, innermost intelligence. And the reflection of this reflection which you see on the wall, that is what the world you experience. Please understand. This is Purusha, God, the pure light. Self-effulgent, Sutta Swayam Prakasa Jyoti. A great saint of the 19th century named Vadalur Vallalar, lived in Tamil Nadu, calls this Purusha as Swayam Prakasa, self-effulgent, pure light, pure grace. The light is the soul, Purusha. This reflection is Sattva. This mirror is the body, and the reflection when it falls on the wall, that is called world, and the wall is nature, Prakriti. If there is a small disturbance in the mirror, means broken or dust, impure, the reflection, sattva, will not be proper. Now, if the reflection is not proper, sattva is not proper, you will never be able to experience the source. Enlightenment means this deflected reflection, instead of falling on the wall, if it falls back on the light source, it is enlightenment. Understand? This is the body, that is the Atman. The reflection, exact reflection spot is Sattva. Now you can see that light is falling on the wall, the deflected reflection. It falls on the wall. Now this light, this mirror, this body is not enlightened. It is in ignorance. But slowly that guy is trying to move, becoming ashramite, and slowly becoming closer. Now he is enlightened. Understand? The reflection is back on the source. The reflection is not deflected. The reflection is on the source. The sattva of the body means the reflection needs to be balanced. Only then it can deflect on the source itself, not on something else. Means the body, the mirror, should not have any ups and downs, should not have any dust. Of course, with great difficulty, even with this dusty mirror, I made the reflection to fall on the source. Even with a little bit of dust, a master can make deflection to make fall on the source. But a normal seeker who does not have the direct guidance of the master should take care. This sutra is written for the people who may not be having direct guidance, should take care. The pure sattva means the reflection is balanced to directly connect with the source.
The first sacred secret you need to know from Paramashiva: anti-aging is possible. That's first. Second, your association of Chit Jata means the body and consciousness. If consciousness overlaps the body, body gets the qualities of the consciousness. If body overlaps the consciousness, your consciousness gets the qualities of the body, like a feeling bound, suffocated, heavy, depressed. Listen. Listen carefully. Which component is predominantly active in you? If your consciousness is alive, functioning, if that is operating, all the intra-organs and internal organs of your system, body manifests the qualities of consciousness. Your consciousness, Paramashiva declares, is eternal 16. In his Dhyana Sloka, in Agama, he says, I am eternal 16. Meditate on me as eternal 16. Listen carefully. Whether your body takes over your internal organs and intra-organs, or your consciousness takes over your intra-organs and internal organs and body. Fundamentally, what you strongly believe as you, those cognitions are all based on your identification and qualities of the body, or the identification and qualities of consciousness. If you feel you are going to die and remember that continuously, that is the cognitions based on body. You will feel you are mortal and your internal organs will react, respond in the same way, and intra-organs, when I say intra-organs, the 14 chakras, your intra-organs also will respond in the same way. Your consciousness will feel constantly suffocated, caged inside the body. Understand? If your cognitions are based on more the qualities of the consciousness, feeling free and deep within you, you know you are not going to die and you are existing forever, and how you exist during the dream and deep sleep and waking state, you will exist beyond death. Maybe the shell will go through some changes, but you are going to exist forever. When you are operating from those beliefs, your intra-organ will manifest the same, and internal organ will manifest the same, and body will manifest the same. More and more anti-aging will be happening in you. Understand? The inner software you are having, is it programmed more based on the qualities and perceptions of the body, or is it more based on the qualities and perceptions of the consciousness? Chit or Jata, which is overpowering your inner software's operation. That's all decides your anti-aging or aging. Listen carefully. Sometimes you can be in your teenage and feel suffocated, depressed and suicidal. Means you are old already. Sometimes you can be 115, 120, 150 and feel so light, alive and joyful, complete, fulfilled, purna, ecstatic. Understand? It is fundamentally. The good news I have is, fundamentally it is the way you cognize your inner software that decides aging or anti-aging. The great news I have is that can be consciously programmed and changed through your will persistence. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Because fortunately, Paramashiva, Mahadeva has given the will persistence to all of us. Simple technique I'll give you. Constantly listen to the satsangs related to integrity. Spend time in Enlighten app. Continuously listen to the thought currents and ideas about integrity from multi-dimensional. I've explained integrity at least from 108 various dimensions. Why integrity is important power you need to manifest. Whether in the relationship angle, your health angle, or your life angle, your social, economical, spiritual, health, wealth, in every angle. Spend time on integrity satsangs. You will understand you are given will persistence by Paramashiva, and you decide not to believe you have will persistence, because if you know you have will persistence, you can change. You have the responsibility to change. You don't want that. You only want to blame somebody. You only want to find a reason for your failures. You are not interested in success. That is the problem. If you practice integrity, you will understand, oh God, you will catch the blind spot. Then you will decide to be successful, and you will take the responsibility to be successful. Whole thing is too easy. Understand that. Svalpamapyasya dharmasya trayato mahadebayat. Just practice little bit, so much of your fears will melt down. Understand? When I say don't die for next 3 years, do not die within next 3 years. Somehow be alive, I will reach out to you. I really mean, please understand, it's not that I have some marketing plan through which I am going to reach out. I know when something powerful happens, how powerfully it reaches out to the whole world and it reaches out to the whole humanity. I know the powerful way Paramashiva is manifesting through this body. I know he is going to do the job. That is why I am so confident and putting this in public record. Just be alive, don't die within next 3 years. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment signs. Of course, whether to have it or not is your freedom. He will reach out to you free of charge, free of any other commitment. Understand? Whether to manifest it or not is up to you, but he will reach out to you. As easy as putting the bread from your plate into your mouth and making it into your blood. Understand? Of course, you will have a freedom to put it from the plate into your mouth or not. That's your freedom. But I'll serve it in your plate and bring it to you. That easy. It will be reached out to you. Listen carefully. The cognition's inner software which operates your system, which generates your desire patterns, your joy patterns, your pleasure patterns, your greed patterns, your fear patterns, your anxiety patterns, your depression patterns, your frustration patterns, your good idea of your bad, your right, wrong, all which you generate, which is generated inside your system. Continuously, that source software should operate with more and more by the qualities of consciousness, Paramashiva, not by the qualities and ideas of body, but by the qualities and ideas of Paramashiva, superconsciousness, consciousness, the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. Listen, if you watch the satsangs of integrity for next few days, your whole system will understand what I am saying. You will understand. See, integrity is important. Source code you need to understand with which your inner conscious software is programmed. If you understand the source code, you can decode the whole secret of how you are programmed, and you can easily develop yourself and evolve yourself as a superconscious being. Understand? Grasping the truths about integrity, manifesting the power of integrity will make you understand the power of your will persistence. It will remind you many successes you had about manifesting superconsciousness in your life, manifesting what you want in your life through will persistence. Understand? Through will persistence, all the successes you had, when you are reminded, if you practice integrity, you will be reminded about it. Then you will get so much of confidence on the power of integrity. And you will decide to live integrity. That's a first step for anti-aging. More and more powerful cognitions, understandings. I gave one example. Body is mortal, consciousness is immortal. Deep down, what you believe as you, what is your inner software believes, that is going to impact your internal organ. Intra-organ means chakras. That is going to impact your intra-organ and internal organ and body. Beautifully, Krishna says, the consciousness can neither be killed, nor be burned, or be made wet. The great qualities of consciousness should be your cognition about you. Consciously decide to program, meditate, contemplate, declare to yourself, you are consciousness, Paramashiva, even with you. Behave yourself as Paramashiva. Even with you, behave yourself as Paramashiva. That is the highest integrity to Paramashiva. Understand? If you think you have something other than Paramashiva, you abuse Paramashiva. How can anything other than Paramashiva exist? Then you are more powerful than Paramashiva. He is the only Purusha. No other Purusha exists other than Paramashiva. So even with yourself, behave as Paramashiva is integrity to Paramashiva. Reality. Listen. reality is what I'm going to work now in this superconscious mutation process. Listen. You are alive. You are alive. That's the only reality. You have some amount of money. You have certain property. All this is imagination approved by society and law of the land, but not reality. How many of you are realizing it? Raise your hand. You are alive is only reality. You have some amount of money. Is your imagination accepted by your bank? You have certain properties. Is an imagination accepted by your country? You have wife or husband. Is your imagination accepted by your spouse? The day your spouse decides he or she does not accept your imagination of having a spouse, over. Bye. You are alive is only reality. You are alive is the only reality. Everything else is an imagination accepted by certain people at certain level in certain zone. How many of you are understanding? Other than you being alive, everything else is imagination. How many of you realizing this truth? Other than you are alive. That's the only reality. Listen, even if you think you have a 6 feet body, you have a beautiful body, or you have an ugly body, all this is also imagination inserted into you by certain people, accepted by certain people, and kept alive by certain people. Your shape, size can change anytime, and it is constantly changing. Sometimes more than 3 pounds a day you change. Up, down, 3 pounds a day you change. Listen. More the reality is infused by Paramashiva, his superconsciousness, more powers you manifest. Delusions disappear. Life becomes powerful, real, energetic. Don't be afraid of reality. That's all. Don't forcibly cling to delusion. Don't forcibly cling to delusion. If your life becomes more and more energetic, powerful, delusions lose power over you in multi-level. Evolve in reality. Let every day of your life raise you more and more into reality. Ravana is not wrong when he shows his power. He was wrong when he was trying to possess Kailasa, control Kailasa. If Ravana has not played with Paramashiva, he would not have been destroyed. If he has not tried to do games with Kailasa and Paramashiva, he would not have been destroyed. Same way Bhasmasura. If he has not tried to go after Paramashiva, destroy Paramashiva, he would not have been destroyed. Same way Daksha. See, Bhasmasura lived 16,000 years. Only when he decided to stretch his hand on Paramashiva, he was destroyed. 16,000 years he ruled the world happily. Every time you get into mess only when you try to behave like Ravana, try to damage Kailasa or try to put your hand on Paramashiva, or like Daksha try to fight with Paramashiva, only then you get into trouble. Otherwise you will never have trouble. Balaji, I tell you one more thing. Delusion with deluded people is not wrong. But when you try to show your delusion with reality, means Paramashiva or Kailasa, that is where you mess. Getting the answer? That's it. Be boss to the world. Be a simple disciple to Paramashiva. Then you will be successful forever. As long as Ravana did not try to possess Kailasa, he lived ruling 3 worlds. I don't know how many of you know Ravana had the title Ravaneshwara. Ravana was living like a Ishwara for 3 worlds. Only when he decided to possess Kailasa, try to shake Kailasa, he got into the mess. Within 3 years he was killed. When he decided to take Kailasa and try to move Kailasa, after that only 3 years he lived. That's all. 12,000 years he lived as a Ishwara because he tried to disturb Kailasa only 3 years. Within 3 years he was destroyed. Ravana would have been great if he has not tried to fight with Kailasa. Nobody could have killed Bhasmasura if he has not stretched his hand on Paramashiva. Daksha would have been the Prajapati. I don't know how many of you know Daksha is a Smritikara. He wrote the first jurisprudence. Manusmriti was second, not first. Daksha Smriti was the first, Manusmriti was second. Because Daksha Smriti was discarded by Paramashiva, Manusmriti became popular. I don't know how many of you know. How many of you know that Daksha is the son-in-law of Manu? Manu's daughter is Daksha's wife. Because Daksha's Smriti was discarded, Paramashiva asked Manu to write one more Smriti. So Manu wrote the Smriti, that became the jurisprudence for human beings. Otherwise, the first jurisprudence was written by Daksha. Because he directly dared to attack Paramashiva, he was destroyed. Otherwise, he would not have been destroyed. Delusion being used with deluded people is okay. But don't try to use the delusion on reality. That is the only place where you mess it. Your delusion becomes too much. You think through your delusion you can play with reality. You can't sit in negotiation table with Paramashiva. You can't threaten Paramashiva. You can't use greed, fear, anything to deal with Paramashiva. Understand that. Simple, straightforward surrender. Conversational relationship. You will always win and protected. You will see everyone whom I am protecting and constantly winning in their life games. Just see, only thing they have is conversational relationship with me. That's all. And I know they will not try to use their delusion, fear, anger, violence, greed to deal with me. Use all that to deal with the world, not with me. Balaji, delusion itself is not wrong. For example, if you use your delusion, you will make millions into billions in Wall Street. Because the whole Wall Street is delusion. Use delusion where the delusion is useful. If you use your strategies, your delusion, knowledge, everything in Wall Street, you will make millions into billions. Less than a year you will make. But if you use your delusions, your knowledge on Kailasa or on Paramashiva, you will lose everything. Fear, violence, anger, cunningness, hypocrisy, secret strategies, nothing will work with Paramashiva and Kailasa. Simple surrender, simple obedience, simple conversational relationship. Will make everything all right. Use your delusion with delusion. Don't use your delusion with reality. See, how many of you very clearly know that February 14th, you always tell your wife, I love you, and you send the rose. Do you mean? If you don't tell, you know what will happen. So somebody asks the husband, how to remember wife's birthday and anniversary without forgetting? The husband said, don't worry, just forget once and see what happens. After that, everything will become all right. After that, you will never be able to forget it. Use delusion with delusion. Play with delusion with delusion. Not with reality. With reality, do not use delusion.
And that is a beautiful, powerful revelation from Swamiji on how you are alive. That is the only reality. That is the only reality. The only reality that is there existing is that you are alive. You exist. That feeling that you exist, that I, that is the main, that is that I feeling which is there in you, the one that is alive. That is the only reality. Everything else, whether your bank balance, your relationships issues, or something that you're getting from outside, everything else is only an illusory existence. It is not reality. Either it is what you have. See, understand, first thing, either the beliefs that we all as a society, we all have been carrying, and it's like an accepted reality. Or even those, none of those really exist. The only reality is you are alive. Only when you start cognizing this, you will see how you will be able to firstly seek that source of that first person in you. Seek the source of the first person in you. Identify who is that one. Where am I alive? What is that I which is alive? If you think you're something other than Paramashiva, that if you are abusing Paramashiva, when you think you're something other than Paramashiva, how can anything other than Paramashiva exist? He is the only Purusha. No other Purusha exists other than Paramashiva. Other than you being alive. Everything else is imagination. Everything else is an imagination accepted by certain people at a certain level and certain zone. Like, for example, money. The money's value exists only based on certain people that are accepting that in a certain zone. For example, Bitcoin. The people who are having that, it's like a common understanding. But understand it is not real. Money, your bank balance, nothing is real. Other than you being alive, everything else is just imagination. How many of you sit right now and just see in every situation you see how only you being alive is the only reality that exists. Sit, seek that source of the first person. I hope now all of you are able to see sentences clearly. See, understand, in multiple levels this applies. Many times we think like, okay, I have to work to achieve this certain goal. I'm going to be working to manifest this career for me. I am going to manifest this particular goal for me. Everything else. Have you all seen how the children build sand castles? Now, as an adult, how you feel like, let's just maybe for fun, but useless, practically useless. One wave comes, the whole castle is going to go, right? How you feel about that sand castle? Everything else that you're working for is only building castles in air. Understand? Those are of not any real use. How many of you are cognizing this? Very powerful revelation. Just what we just listened to. Wow. Understand, other than Paramashiva, you being alive, there's nothing else that exists as reality. Can I request all of you to please post what you're understanding in the chat? See, today, every session is too precious and too important. Do not miss out on any of the sessions. Listen intensely, and as you're understanding, keep posting here what you're understanding. So now, but we all still have these cognitions. Like, what is a commonly understood understanding, which is not the reality, but we all go on cherishing that inside us. Why do we do this? What exactly is the Maya? What is it that's making us hold on to these delusory understandings and delusions and illusions? Let us now understand this directly from Swamiji on getting out, breaking free from the Maya matrix. Let's listen to the revelation now.
I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar, Kotari, Sarvanyapida Yajamans, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nityananda TV, streaming and two-way video conferencing, having Nayanadiksha all over the world, all of you with my love and respects. I'll explain some more details, intricacies. I'll reveal some of the sacred, secret, sweet signs of third eye and Maya matrix. Listen, the 25 states an individual consciousness goes through due to its delusory association with physical, physiological, psychological, neurological ups and downs. Please listen. The 25 states of consciousness which an individual consciousness, a soul, jiva, the individual identity goes through due to its false association with physical, physiological, psychological, neurological ups and downs. Let me also define the word false association. By staring at the mirror for quite a long time, you mistake the reflection for you. If you are spending too much time with the mirror, that is a problem. You may start putting the makeup on the mirror. You may start putting the makeup on the mirror if you are all the time busy in staring at the mirror. Constantly staring at the mirror. Sometimes you start thinking you are the mirror. That is what I call false association. Unfortunately, the individual soul which constantly staring at physical, physiological, psychological, neurological ups and downs, associates itself falsely with it, starts feeling it is that. That feeling is the reason for the 25 altered states of consciousness. If you are getting into more and more of false identification, it is called delusion. If you are getting more and more clear, it is called living enlightenment. But the false identification of the individual consciousness, the soul, with physical, physiological, psychological, neurological ups and downs, forms the basis of Maya matrix. Jiva. Listen. Jiva, the individual existence, perceptional, experiential, comparative, all put together. Your individual existence is Jiva. It goes through 25 states of consciousness. From sleeping, 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 dreaming, dreaming, sleeping, waking, 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 awakened, awakened, waking. Totally 25 various states of consciousness you go through as a Jiva. Jagat, the universe. It has 11 dimension. Length, breadth, depth is all you know. Time and space still scientists are exploring. But various permutations and combinations of length, breadth, depth, time and space forms 11 dimension. That is the Jagat, universe. Sadashiva, Ishvara, who manifests as 5 dimension and unmanifest part of him. That is Ishvara. Listen, Jiva, soul, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, Sadashiva. The matrix between these three is called Sri Vidya. The knowledge of Sri, Sri means Adi Shakti. The knowledge of Adi Shakti is the knowledge which will liberate you from this matrix. Understand? When you are caught in this matrix, whatever you think you are, you will continue to be slave. It is like a lion hypnotized all the sheep, saying that you are all lion. Don't bring lion cub story here. It is different. It's a different lion. The lion hypnotized all the sheep, saying you are all lions. So you can come without fear every day. You will have one. Even what society teaches you, the choices as freedom is nothing but you being hypnotized. You being sheep and hypnotized as lion. Understand? That is why Kathopanishad again and again insists on right, not the pleasant. If both can come together, great. If you have to make a choice, always right, not the pleasant. Because most of the time, in the form of the pleasant, enters matrix into you. Listen. Listen. I'll tell you, when you fall into the matrix, Maya, when you fall into the Maya, I'll tell you exactly. Listen carefully. I'll give you this example. Listen carefully. You come and ask me, Swamiji, give me the way for enlightenment. I tell you nothing. Just have integrity and listening with the Guru. You will immediately be liberated. And you start thinking, oh God, integrity means I have to be completely in tune with what he is telling. And listening. Maybe. I think I tried 2-3 times, it did not work out. So I'll start practicing first integrity with my father, mother, brother, husband, father-in-law, son-in-law, daughter-in-law. Then I'll bring integrity with master. Gone. You have already fallen into the matrix. Listen. If you feel, the moment you feel, I tried being integrated and listening, but enlightenment did not happen. When you come with that statement, when you come to that statement itself, decide, no, will persistence is the solution, not dilution. Understand the first principle. the first principle itself should be practiced with will persistence. The moment you feel you need a second principle, you have fallen into the matrix. Over. You have fallen into the matrix. If I say, unclutch now, I'll give you enlightenment. And you say, I tried unclutching many times, it doesn't work. So let me start the completion. I'll pen down all my pain pattern and complete one by one and remove all the load and do the catharsis, cleaning up. Then I'll come to the unclutching. Gone. You are under matrix. You are under Maya. If your purpose is based on existential reality and having all the artificial ignorance to support that, you are already out of the matrix. But if your purpose is artificial ignorance, even if you own the whole planet Earth, ownership idea itself is artificial stupidity. Within the matrix, anything you do is waste of your time, which is life for you. Your time is money for your boss, pleasure for your beloved. Your time has a various meaning for many people in your life. But for you, your time is life. Understand the meaning of your time. For your boss is money. Meaning of your time for the people who is in love with you or loved by you is attention, love. Meaning of your time for your son or daughter is to have what they want, their education or their house or whatever they want. Each one of them have a different meaning for your time. Your meaning you need to have for your time. The word your time, the meaning you need to have is your life. Understand, if your purpose is existential reality and artificial ignorance, artificial intelligence of the matrix is used to support it, great, you are out of the matrix. But if your purpose itself is artificial ignorance or artificial intelligence, I tell you, you are wasting your life. You are not living, you are grown. You are not living, you are grown. When you hook your gadgets to the grid, be very clear, you are hooked, not your gadgets. When you hook your gadgets to the grid, you are hooked to the grid, not your gadgets. Your gadgets are the tub in which you are sleeping and you are hooked. The artificial pleasure you feel in your Facebook friends and the gadgets, with that is the liquid, lubrication liquid on which you are grown. Understand, it is 110 volt current in the Matrix movie. I'll call it as a 120 because 120B is conspiracy in Indian IPC. It's a 120B. greatest conspiracy against humanity. Please listen. If artificial intelligence or artificial ignorance, which all of us commonly accepted and created, if that becomes the purpose of your goal, you are grown, not living. So, sit today and try to understand how much of you is matrix filled, Maya matrix filled. Whenever you are putting your gadgets on the grid, hooking them on the grid, be very clear. It's not your gadgets, you. It's not your gadgets, it's you. You are grown, not living. Everything in your inner space which does not allow you to manifest Sadashivoham is fear. It is like a undigested material in your biomemory. Undigested material in your biomemory. In your muscles, if something is not digested, becomes part of your muscles, it will become cancerous. In your muscle memory, if something is not digested and stays back, it becomes fear. It becomes fear. So understand, reduction of bad cholesterol in your body and your health are directly proportionate to each other. Reduction of fears in your system and your enlightenment is directly proportionate. Understand how the reduction of bad cholesterol and your health is directly proportionate to each other. Same way, reduction of fears and manifestation of Sadashivoham is directly proportionate to each other, because the cholesterol does not stop on that extra tire around you, your waist. It sits there and spoils everything. Life sits in Anandagandha and makes everything positive. Like Guru sits in one place but clears the ignorance and raises people all over the world. Negative fellows sit in one side and create disturbance everywhere. They sit in one place and send viruses all over internet. Same way, cholesterol may sit on your stomach but sends disturbances to all organs of your system. You need to understand. Fear, you may be thinking, is only in one corner. But it doesn't keep quiet. It doesn't keep quiet. It interferes in everything. That is the reason I am saying reduction of the cholesterol is directly proportionate to your health. Bad cholesterol. Reduction of fears is directly proportionate to your manifestation of Sadashivoham. Everything under matrix only can create fear in you. Anything above matrix cannot create fear in you. Understand that? Something which is beyond matrix may not be attractive towards you, to your mind as and now. But understand that can never generate any fear. Fear cannot be generated by something which is beyond matrix. So all fears are by the things under the matrix. Anything under the matrix. See how you have to deal with matrix, You should make him as comedy villain, not even a real villain. Like comedy police. If you see in Tamil movies, always the police will come after everything is done to carry the dead body. The bodies which are fallen here and there will be fight, hero will be dun 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 dun. The funny thing about Indian movies is the villain will be going in helicopter, hero will go in bullock cart and catch the villain. Hero will go only in bullock cart. Villain will be going in helicopter. But somehow hero will catch the villain. Anyhow, make your matrix comedy villain, comedy police. The way you have to deal with this, treat anything under matrix as like a dirt. I can give you many examples. If a frog is trying to kick the elephant, how the elephant will look at the frog? Same way, look at your matrix. I wanted to tell you one important thing. Be rest assured. Even if you think you are under the matrix, ultimately there is a space in you which cannot be bound by any matrix. That is Sadashivoham. Ultimately, it does not give up on you. When you melt down the fears, you will understand what I am saying. When you melt down the fears, you will understand what I am saying. Today, let's melt down the fears. I'll switch on my heater. Let the fears melt down. It's time to melt down the core fears. Understanding the Maya matrix. Ferociously breaking from it. Using all your ferociousness to make one hole into that Maya matrix and getting out. Reaching the spaceship. Then, using the same ferociousness to break the Maya matrix, being inside. That is what is manifesting powers. Listen carefully. When you manifest powers, you are not letting any of the rules, regulations, bondages, powerlessness of the matrix come to any agreement with you. Matrix tries its best. Let's have a contract. You don't expose me, but you are very clear. I am not going to have anything extraordinary by you giving me like a bhiksha, I'll break you, only then I'll have powers. Not by having understanding with you, but by making you shiver. Listen, that is the attitude of a Shaivite. Even the reality, grahas, cannot touch, disturb a man who is beyond the Maya matrix. Accident cannot happen to a being beyond Maya matrix. If you read the Kolaru Padikam of Jnana Sambandhar, how beautifully he describes, he does not stop with just 9 grahas. He says, the wild animals, other devatas, thieves, forest fire, nothing can touch you. Nothing can touch you. The whole Kolaru Padikam of Jnana Sambandhar, the thought current is conveying to us is, have the ferociousness towards the Maya matrix. It cannot touch you. It cannot touch you. Prevalent things which makes you powerless are reality. Nothing can touch you. Avai nalla adiyar avarkku migave. That's the beautiful word he uses, ending every stanza. He describes detailed way how the grahas and then all the other gods, goddesses and the gods of the directions, nakshatras, rashis and wild animals. Nothing can touch you. Understand? The ferociousness with which you need to handle Maya matrix, you can learn from this one Kolaru Padikam of Jnanasambandhamurti. Tirunavukkaras Peruman, another saint tells Jnanasambandhamurti, don't go to Madurai now. Neither the grahas are right, nor the situation there is right. Jnanasambandhamurti never listens to anybody other than Sadashiva. He does not care about anything which is under the Maya matrix. Veyuru doli vangan vidamunda gandan viganalla veenai dadavi masaru dingal gangai mudimel anindyen ulame bugundadanaal ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனிபாம்பிரண்டு முடனே ஆசரு நல்ல அவை நல்ல அடியார் அவர்க்கு மிகவே. See the thought current when I know reality is my purpose, I cannot entertain the powerlessness, victim pornography, and I cannot be affected, I will not be affected by any of this powerlessness. The child, see the ferociousness. One more thing, it is not the arrogance of ignorance. No. The way he describes all the possible obstacles which can come shows very clearly he is aware of all that. You see, out of ignorance, what can happen? That is different. Here he is not out of ignorance, he is describing everything. He is describing everything. என்போடு கொம்பு ஆடாமை இவை மார்பிலங்க எருதேறி ஏழையுடனே பொன்பதி மத்த மாலை புனல் சூடி வந்தென் உளமே புகுந்தாதனால் 9 ஒன்றும் 6 18 உடனாய நாங்கள் ஆள்கள் அவைதாம் அன்போடு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல அடியார் அவர்க்கு மிகவே. He is describing every possible danger. And then he says, all that will be only good for the person who is carrying Sadashiva within him, who is beyond matrix. His purpose, because his purpose is beyond matrix, he does not bother about anything which is under the Maya matrix. The ferociousness you need to have to handle the Maya matrix. Understand here, see the way structure. First, he defines the Sadashiva, how he is in his heart. Then only he describes even this poverty pornography items. He is not describing this first. He is not describing ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனிபாம்பு இரண்டும் வேயுரு தோழிமங்கன் விடமுண்ட கண்டன் மிக நல்ல வீணை தடவி. No, he is not describing the problem first. Please understand, the fellow who does not know the problem also is not complete. The fellow who thinks about the problem first also is not complete. Neither the ignorance of the problem will solve the issue, nor putting that as a first is going to solve the issue. A proper right solution. First, be very clear. The matrix has no place in you. Beyond Maya matrix only sits in your heart. He says, Veyuru Dolivangan Vidamunda Gandan. Even the description of Sadashiva, see, Veyuru Dolivangan Vidamunda Gandan means the worst matrix. Alahala, that itself is swallowed and kept in his throat. Even the description of Sadashiva, who is beyond matrix, is sitting inside me. It's a beautiful story. Actually, after having the whole alagala in his throat, he is playing veena, Rudra veena, and enjoying the taste. You need to know, Rudra veena can be played only when you are in high awareness. It means even the alahala cannot make him miss even awareness. After drinking alahala, he proves he is in the highest awareness by playing Rudra veena. Understand this 3 word. Again I'll remind. First, understanding the matrix. What is your inner space holding as purpose? Is it prevalent ideas or existential reality that decides whether you are under Maya matrix or moving out of Maya matrix? Understanding Maya matrix. Second, being ferocious with Maya matrix. If you are already bitten by Maya matrix, even with you, be ferocious. With that part of you, be ferocious. And break from the Maya matrix. And same ferociousness will manifest as powers within the Maya matrix when you play. I welcome you all to be out of the matrix. My love to we all of you who have decided to come out of the matrix. My respects to all who are struggling to come out of the matrix. I welcome every one of you sitting with us. All over the world through two-way video conferencing, all over the universe through three-way video conferencing. I welcome all the beings here. You have already decided. You just need to understand why you have decided. You have already decided. You just need to understand why you have decided. Understand? If you think you have decided, listen very carefully. If you think you have decided and do not know why you have decided, then you are inside the matrix. Listen. If you perceive you are in bondage, you have decided to be in bondage. You just need to know why you decided. If you perceive you are struggling to get out of the bondage, you decided to perceive that way. You need to know why you decided to perceive that way. If you perceive you are liberated, you have decided to be liberated, you need to know why you decided to be liberated. Understand, whatever is your perception now is your decision earlier. You have decided. Knowing the decision as your perception, not knowing why you decided, is Maya matrix. Understand? Liberation has nothing to do with whether you perceive bound, perceive liberated, perceive struggling. It is all about knowing why you decided what you decided. மரத்தை மறைத்தது மாமத யானை, மரத்தில் மறைந்தது மாமத யானை. பரத்தை மறைத்தது பார்முதல் பூதம், பரத்தில் மறைந்தது பார்முதல் பூதம். பொன்னை மறைத்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம், பொன்னில் மறைந்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம். தன்னை மறைத்தது தன்கரணங்களே, தன்னில் மறைந்தது தன்கரணங்களே. I'll give you the translation. In a wooden elephant carving, if you see the intricacies of carving and perceive it as elephant, you forget it is wood. If you perceive it as a wood, you forget it's a carving. Listen carefully. When you get involved in every intricacy of what is shown in front of you by building an opinion about everything as good or bad, you are caught in the Maya matrix. Listen. Every curve, ups and downs of what is being shown, what is appearing in front of you, whatever is appearing in front of you, listen carefully. Getting involved with opinions, whether it is good or bad, keeps you engaged in Maya matrix. If you build opinion about every person, every situation, everything around your life, you will polarize the whole life. All this good for me, all this bad for me. Building more and more opinions. You have to be very clear. Building more and more opinions about the things you are seeing within the matrix keeps you engaged with the matrix and establishes matrix's authority over you. Understand? Building opinion as good or bad is what I call seeing the elephant and forgetting it is wood. Understand? In the world, it is a wood sculpture of elephant. But if you perceive that as elephant, it's my world. It may look very funny, but I should ask this question. In your iPad, when you are seeing some video clip about cobra or python or a big snake, how many of you don't even touch the iPad where the face or the head of the snake is? Raise your hand. Do you remember you are all adults? And it cannot bite you from inside the iPad. Listen. So much of opinion getting built about what is seen. Many of you have not raised the hand, I know. But you will not even dare to touch the screen, I know. I know. Now in LED screen, if I project a huge cobra which is moving, a video about the cobra, let me ask and let me see how many are able to touch the LED screen. Listen, it may be very simple pattern, it may look too simple, but it is not. I want you to contemplate on it. It is one of the very important revelation I wanted to share today. Opinions. Building opinion about everything is taught to you as knowledge. Listen carefully. This is one of the worst Maya matrix steals your life from you. The worst thing is, see, any structure which reveres you, gives you the best if you are integrated. That is outside the matrix structure. That's a Kailasa, Zion. But if you are able to manipulate, play around without becoming integrated, sucking all the resources and being celebrated and enjoying everything, means it is within the matrix. The problem is not that you cheating and having all the resources under you, you not realizing you are within the matrix. Wherever
integrity becomes the decision-making factor of getting pampered, supported, praised, that is the space of Kailasa, the space of Zion. If not, I tell you, if you are able to manipulate some place, some structure, some organization without integrity, unable to have everything there, then you are under the matrix. You are the loser, not anybody else. Loser is you, not anybody else.
That, Nitendam, I hope now all of you are able to see us and hear us clearly. See, now such a powerful revelation we all just listened to from Swamiji about how this Maya matrix actually takes over you and how you are the one who's giving power to the Maya. It is you who has the power. You are more powerful. It is your decision what exactly you want to cherish as part of the Maya. How many of you are understanding about this Maya matrix? Listen, when Swamiji was revealing about the Kolaripadikam, right? How the Kolaripadikam reveals clearly, even knowing all of these things will happen, In spite of that, I am still deciding that I am surrendering to you, O Paramashiva, Mahadeva. See, understand, the false associations that we carry inside us. When you look at the mirror for a long time, you mistake the reflection as you, and you may start putting the makeup on the mirror instead of you. That false association, unfortunately, the individual soul, which is constantly staring at the physical, physiological, psychological, neurological ups and downs, associates itself falsely with all the ups and downs, forgetting its true nature. Understand, every sentence, every single sentence is so important, so important. Each statement that Swamiji revealed is too important. None of us should miss even a single of these. How many of you understood about, say many times, how many of you feel the ups and downs that are happening, something that you, let's say, messed up in something, or some bad incident happened to you in your life, or the bank balance you're having, any level, any of these things, you associate yourself with those identifications. This is called as false identification. When you have too many false identifications and continue to believe that that is true, it is called as delusion. How many of you are understanding this? Can I request all of you to post here? Manjika has posted. I like the wooden elephant analogy and how he said, if we pursue something, we should know why or where it comes from. Absolutely. Marathai maraithathu maamada yaanai, marathil maraindhathu maamada yaanai. If you just look at a wooden statue and look at it as wood, at that moment, you are forgetting that it is an elephant. If you look at it as an elephant, you forget to see that it is wood. The problem is the false association that we carry inside us. It is these false associations that we are carrying that makes us constantly believe that we are something that we are not. Are all of you understanding this? How many of you are catching this? Your physical, physiological, psychological, neurological ups and downs is not you. Understand? Every false association that you are doing is not you. Every state of consciousness that you're existing in, just see, cognize this powerful cognition. Every time you are falsely made to believe, brainwashed about you, you start cognizing and really believing, falling into that trap when you are under the Maya matrix. Like Swamiji said, one important thing, do not engage with the Maya matrix. The moment you get into a negotiation table with Maya matrix, that the moment you get into that negotiation table, your life is over. You're given power to something that is other than what you are, because you're accepting to that false identification that is being given to you. False identification of the individual consciousness, the soul, with the physical, physiological, psychological, neurological ups and downs, forms the basis of Maya matrix. Now let's do a quick exercise. I request all the participants, take a few minutes and quickly pen down all the cognitions you have about you, the cognitions you carry about the world. Like, start penning this down. Go deeper. Okay, like for example, how you feel about you inside you. Find out how much percentage of it is based on existential reality, what percentage of it is based on this false identification, the delusory understandings? How much of Maya is there inside? I request all of you to first start writing down the associations you carry with you, and please share it here in the chat. We will help you, support you to understand where all you are carrying these false associations. And you yourself will be able to analyze and actually see. Just sit and write it down. We'll go to the next. First started this step, take 2-3 minutes and start writing this down. Have all of you been able to finish writing this? How many of you finished writing? See, Firstly, how many of you are understanding, cognizing that there is a percentage of you that is filled with matrix, like so many portions, like so many parts of you, it's still under the matrix. I request all of you to share what you are able to see so that we'll be able to help you further from that. Just share it in the chat. Ma Angelica, can you post here? What did you understand? Same way, Ma Yogananda Guru Prasadini, Ma Pratingira, all the apachanasis that are there, please post it here. And I see someone named Yes that has joined in the Kaidasavasi Zoom. I request if you could please post your full name. Who's this? Please take a moment and kindly post your full name. And I request all of you to post here what exactly you are able to see. The associations. Oh, Ma Deborah. Okay. Ma Deborah, now you also post here. All of you sitting here, Ma Lita, every one of you, share here in the chat. What are you able to see as this false identifications inside of you? I'll give you an example. See, sometimes you may say, okay, no, I don't believe about this money or bank balance. I have been connected to Swamiji for a long time, so I do not carry those associations. True, very good, you have evolved from that. But probably, even now, you are holding on to some lower inner image, lower identities of you, which is not you. Can I request all of you to take a few minutes and do this exercise sincerely? This will help you to dissect and see how much percentage of you is actually standing with the matrix, hooked into the matrix. How much is actually with the existential reality? Please post here in the chat. Okay, Ma Angelica has beautifully posted. Okay, put a look and then very good. Ma Angelica, really appreciate your openness and wanting to understand it better. Very good. Thank you for sharing how you're able to see your false associations. Now, you've written few situations. One is about the ideas you carry on board you, where you're saying, like the looks that you have, where most of the time it's affecting you negatively, or it is about the feeling, the emotions, being loved or unloved, or the money. These are the three areas that you're identifying, right? Now, I request you to look in a little more deeper. There is something that is making you believe all these cognitions inside of you. The way you are understanding, the way you are seeing these is having one underlined current. Could you look into that? See, Ma Angelica, understand. You are way more powerful than what you are thinking about you. You are actually much more powerful. The moment you have the conscious access to the superconscious happening in you, this problem will not persist. So now, take a few minutes to look in. Look into that issue. What is it? What is the wrong understandings that you are having? The moment, what is the exact thing that you want to manifest? What is it that you are actually currently holding on? For example, I feel low about my looks. But then you know the powerful cognition, hey, I am beyond this body, and not only that, I am Paramashiva and I can sculpt my body the way I want. See, it will, unless you understand why you are facing a certain issue, you will not be able to come to a proper conclusion. Powerful cognitions help you to manifest that higher self of you. But first you need to identify the exact issue, the incompletions that you're carrying in you. For each of your incompletions that you're writing down, there are two choices. One, deciding, making a ferocious decision. I am declaring this lower identity is not me. I'm deciding to ferociously break from this Maya matrix. And understand, the moment you break from that Maya matrix, you will suddenly realize that was not just, it was false, it is irrelevant, redundant.
And actually, Swamiji beautifully tells, whenever you decide, the only way you can break free from Maya is ferociousness. Any other justification, any other reasoning you give, it'll only make you establish legitimacy to your Maya. When you decide ferociously, powerfully, boldly, when you declare, Maya will become weak. Maya will lose its power over you. In all the aspects, when you break free from Maya matrix, see, when you know, this is my purpose, I need to do this action for manifesting this. Instead of encouraging the powerlessness, the victimhood in you, where ferociously break it and doing what you need to do, that is breaking free from Maya. In everything that you wrote down, see how you can break that thought current of Maya with ferociousness. Sit and look in and write down how you can break each of those thought currents that convinces you to be stuck in a particular pattern. Like for example, every day, no matter how much hard you try, but you keep falling into your pattern of maybe food addiction or any other thing. What is the way? How are you going to break it? When you first think, when you understand, and when you ferociously declare, make a ferocious decision, Maya will not be able to keep you under her control. And that whole pattern will become redundant and irrelevant to you. I request each of you to internalize and each of you to please take a few minutes and declare based on what you have, the thought currents, the delusion-based thought currents that you have. Look at each one of them and see what is the steps you're going to take to ferociously break that Maya pattern, to break that delusion. please relax. Hope all of you have finished writing. Now, we're all going to be entering into the power manifestation. See, whenever Maya, whenever delusion convinces you, anything that convinces you, you are anything other than Paramashiva is Maya, is delusion. Any doubt, any pattern, any question within you that convinces you cannot manifest powers, is not possible for you, all of that is not Paramashiva. Now listen very carefully. Each one, when you decide to manifest, when you decide to experience have a breakthrough in the space of oneness, you will start manifesting extraordinary powers and powerful combinations. Today we are going to be manifesting actually various different powers, two main powers, where you're going to be manifesting the ability to hear anything happening at a distance and to see anything happening at a distance. What we're going to start off with is when you manifest that space of oneness, you will be able to see anything that is happening in any place. Like right now, all of us can manifest this power. It'll be like a fun round. Connect with any of your friends, any one friend, and ask them to give you like any place. Okay. What you're going to do is you're going to start manifesting the power of scanning the exact description and detail of that place, right from the color of the wall and what is the furniture, how many floors, how many rooms. And see, don't just say, okay, I'm seeing there's a bedroom, there's a kitchen. Go into detail. Pick any one place. You can just say, okay, I'm going to scan the living room. Scan just the living room and go into elaborate detail with that. Each level, scan whatever Swamiji is reading to you. Chant the Mahavakya, connect to Swamiji, and describe it in the chat. Have your partner and do it like a game. You don't need to do it like don't do it like something you're trying to, strictly do it and it has to come properly. It doesn't matter. You just relax and start playing. Just have fun with it. Please sit straight.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Please relax. I request every one of you, all the participants, to take a moment and please share how many of you have manifested. How many of you tried? And what was your experience in the last 11, actually 17 minutes? What is the exact experience that you had? Can I request each of you to share? Ma Yogananda Guru Prasadini, Ma Anjilika, Ma Jnana Vijnana Priya, Ma Yogananda Rupini, Ma Ananda Parameshwari, Ma Pratyangira, Ma Ananda Sagara. Can I request every one of you to please post? And can I request all the participants to please come on camera? See, this power of remote vision will give you the experience that your consciousness established beyond the delusory territories of time or of boundaries like you're just your body or any of it. So each time you manifest this power, each time you give yourself a breakthrough in the way you look at life, you will start manifesting amazing breakthroughs. Now, we're all going to be entering into the next session where first we all understood about what is delusion. But now we're going to be learning about why do we human beings get stuck in delusion. We all know, delusion is false, okay, it is going to, we all know its negative impacts. We say Maya distances us from enlightenment and so on. Still, why do we human beings continue to be remaining stuck in delusion? What makes us again and again and again be pulled back into delusion? Swamiji very beautifully introduces about Throbhava Sankalpa, the delusional arrogance, which makes us take decisions that entertain us to retain the delusion. And how do you come out of that Throbhava Sankalpa? We're going to be learning about this revelations from Swamiji now. Let us all enter into the session.
Your existence, what you feel as you consciously, does not get disturbed, shaken, even when your body is pulled out of you. When your mind is pulled out of you, it doesn't get shaken by anything being pulled out of you. Listen, I am not brainwashing you. Keeping Mahadeva, Paramashiva as a witness, I am revealing his inner space. How he is inside, I am opening it to all of you. I am just opening a door for all of you to experience Paramashiva's inner space. I am telling you, just internalize this. Your balance sheet will go up. You will take amazing business decision. You will take enlightened business decisions, enlightened relationship decisions, enlightened health decisions, enlightened life strategies. Your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial does not impact you. It does not have a stay over you. When you torture yourself with your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, you become demon. I have always seen people who torture themselves become murderers. Strength because you can get involved with the life is freedom. Having a son or daughter, kid, does not make you father or mother. The feeling, experience you have by knowing you can get involved with that kid's life and mold it beautifully in an enlightened way, that makes you father or mother. Ability to get involved in your responsibility builds your career. Ability to get involved with your guru and his sangha makes you enlightened. Ability to make enlightened decisions about your health makes you live healthy and long. See, life is all about the diagnosis and solution. Not having blind spots in your diagnosis or making enlightened decisions or executing those enlightened decisions. That's all life is all about. The physics, chemistry, biology of this pralaya, this pandemic happening, is rooted in delusion. Do not allow delusion. Do not allow delusion. I'll give you examples for delusion. 1. False diagnosis. The real problem is you having headache, but falsely diagnosing your spouse is responsible for all your sufferings. You just need a cup of coffee, not diverse lawyer or dating site. Stop false diagnosis. Always first choice should be looking inside for the cause of the problem, and solution for the problem is enlightened way of living. Understand? If you are not able to find any reason for your problems, cause and solution inside, then start looking for outside. But first, looking inside for the source and cause of the problem and solution is enlightened living. False diagnosis is delusion. That's first. Next, I know the solution, but I am not able to do it. That is the delusional arrogance. Understand? Delusional arrogance looks like almost humbleness, but extreme demonic violence. Listen. Ravana knows the solution is simply return Sita to Rama. But delusional arrogance. Shishubala knows, just shut the mouth and stop abusing Krishna. But delusional arrogance. I tell you, stop delusion and delusional arrogance. Stop delusion and delusional arrogance. I am repeating. If you rightly diagnose cause of your one problem inside and decide to work to solve it, suddenly Paramashiva gives you so much energy, you will solve 10 of your problems. I tell you, this Pralaya, Paramashiva is opening the stargate of Kailasa to liberate billions. Actually, he is waiting to liberate all of us. Otherwise, he would not have sent me here. Especially with so much of torture and suffering, attacks, he will not be keeping me alive still if he does not have a purpose. I tell you, I am useless for myself and for the world other than giving liberation. I am only useful for only one thing. I can liberate people, that's all. I have no other use. If you start developing your core consciously with these practices, cognitions, experience, I tell you, you form a core for a most beautiful existence. Listen, I'll repeat. The core of a murderer will always be unsubstantiated fears. The unsubstantiated fears only snowballs into anger, frustration, feeling violated, then suicidal, delusional arrogance, then enters into murderous, violent. Stop unsubstantiated fears through tyaga, unclutching, completion, enlightenment, living oneness, ajapa of Mahavagya. Use all these powerful cognitions and drop the unsubstantiated fears. See, I am not saying If a poisonous if a poisonous snake enters your room, you are expected to move out of that place. I am not saying don't run away if a poisonous snake enters your room. No, I am only saying stop unsubstantiated fears shaking your nervous system constant. Actually, if you start practicing unclutching, you don't even know how many fears you dropped. Your nervous system becomes so beautiful. Suma taga taga pala ulla abdiye Paramashiva mayama minnumappa olagame. Your inner space should be like a Kailasa, shining, taga pala, like Paramashiva. No blind spot, no unsubstantiated fear, no unsubstantiated frustration, no unsubstantiated anger. I tell you, anything which is not known to you, do not be afraid. See, listen, for example, if you know a president of a country, he knows you, you know him. Will you be afraid of anything else under his rule? Same way, all my disciples, be rest assured, Paramashiva knows you. It's my promise to you, Paramashiva knows you. All my disciples who declared your integrity to me, it's my assurance and promise to you, Paramashiva knows you. Do not be ever afraid of anything. Be loving. Don't be arrogant. I am not asking you to be arrogant. Just be relaxed. You are protected. Name bhakta pranashyat. Hey, listen. I really love you guys. I will not lie. I will only tell you guys very clearly where I can take care of you and where you will have to take the responsibility on your own. I will very clearly bifurcate all that and tell you. Now I am making a very responsible statement. All my disciples who declared your integrity to me, to all of either you have declared your integrity to me, or initiated, or recognizing my identity. In any one of this or all of is enough. I am not saying all these should be there. Even in any one of these, if you fit yourself, that's enough. To all of you, I tell you, Paramashiva knows you. You know Paramashiva. Do not be afraid. You don't have to be arrogant, but you do not need to be afraid. You do not need to be afraid. Unsubstantiated fear forms the core, and from that the snowballing effect starts and demons are formed. Do not form the core for demon. consciously decide to be surrendered, to be in oneness with Paramashiva, it is not necessary you need to be 24 hours remembering him or any other prerequisite or demand. Listen, I'll explain detailed way. Consciously, what you know as you, from that integrity, if you decide and declare, O Mahadeva, Paramashiva, consciously what I know as me, with that whole my core being, I declare, I surrender myself to you, Prabhu, Mahadeva, Paramashiva, manifest through me. Let oneness happen between you and what I know as me. Just this simple declaration, connection is enough. After that, there is no condition you should be this way, that way, all that. Please understand, you have your own false scales, ideas, conditions, which starts self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial in you. You feel, once you say, Paramashiva, I surrender to you, immediately you say some light should flash, boom, and then Paramashiva should appear and say, oh my son, I am here. I accepted you, sit in my lap. No. All your ideas about how Paramashiva should react is stupid. Be very clear. He manifests in your consciousness in his own way. I am telling you, today I was in such samadhi and ecstasy. I literally pulled myself out of my seat and made me sit here just to connect you all with the bliss of samadhi, nirvikalpa samadhi. I tell you, one of the biggest enemy stopping you experience nirvikalpa samadhi is your self-criticizing pattern. See, you strongly believe you have not achieved oneness, nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching, completion, because there is a definition for that state and that definition is not manifesting in you. You are such a, first of all, any person who thinks there is a definition for nirvikalpa samadhi, there is a definition for oneness, is a fool. Your mind cannot grasp even the definition. Forget about using the definition as the scale to measure whether you achieved it or not. You can do only one thing. Continuously remember to surrender, consciously declare to Mahadeva, Paramashiva, I am consciously declaring, manifesting in me only you can do. I'll tell you precisely, exactly right attitude. Declare to Paramashiva, Prabhu, really, I personally do not know much about the way you exist. But as per your declaration in Vedas and Agamas and my Guru's confirmation, I have some idea about how you exist. Whether that idea is complete or not, I do not know. But what I know as me, I surrender unto you. I offer me to you. Please, you take away me in you. You radiate. Let you alone exist. Let me experience absolute oneness, nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching, complete completion, or whatever the highest state. I may not know the name or words to describe. Let me experience that. Declare it consciously. Remember one thing. Even if you are consciously enjoying somebody swimming, his brain activity, his neuron activity is mirrored in you. Even ordinary swimming, his neuron activities are mirrored in your brain. Can't you understand the great cosmic experience, existence, Paramashiva, when you surrender to him? Will his neuron activity not mirror in you? Don't you understand? When you pray, when you decide to have feeling connection, when you declare to have oneness with Paramashiva, be assured simply his neuron activities mirror in your brain. How it should, you don't put a condition. Once you surrender and declare, whatever is happening, decide to know very clearly that is he manifesting. If you are even feeling irritated, what can be done? That is the way he is manifesting. Whatever he is manifesting. Go with that peacefulness, Shanta Swarupa. Then he sinks deeper and deeper into your being. Your being sinks deeper and deeper into his existence. Every situation you feel irritated, angry, violated, intruded, just don't react. Be calm and look in. What is making you feel violated? What is making you feel irritated? What is it that is getting into your nervous system? What is it that constantly shakes you? If you see, you will understand it has nothing to do with what is happening externally. It is something triggered internally. I tell you. Getting triggered internally and reacting for it externally and making stupid decisions is called delusion. Delusion is worse than death, because death is only 1 minute happening. Delusion destroys you, which is like a continuous suffering. The decisions you make in delusion is worse than death. Death is actually nothing. It's just changing clothes. I tell you. if the load of getting irritated, getting violent is taken away from your system, you will start having feeling connection with powerful cognitions and higher existence intensely. I tell you, I have seen this work thousands of times, not just in my life, my gurus. See, actually, when people come to my gurus, I have seen how my gurus deal the disciples, devotees. People come with the problems. I have seen my Guru Isaki Swami personally advising and people getting benefit of this Nirahara Samyama. See, Nirahara Samyama is nothing but you becoming Mahabhairava. See, Mahabhairava is described to be a human flesh eater. Naramamsa Bhakshini. That doesn't mean you will kill human beings and eat. No. Your own body eating itself is Naramamsa Bhakshini. Your own flesh is eaten by your own body. When you don't give solid food, you are Mahabhairava, Akasha Bhairava. Sit as Akasha Bhairava. Don't give solid food, only lubricate your system through liquid diet. Give a very healthy liquid diet, very healthy juices, herbs. I'm not saying don't give nutrients. Give nutrients, minerals, everything needed for the body in a liquid form. When you start doing that, body will try to throw tantrum. It will behave like a mad mother-in-law, Indian mother-in-law, mad Indian mother-in-law. It will try to break everything. Listen. During those moments, if you can practice completion, if you can practice unclutching, you will master all kinds of impacts, influence of chemicals on your biology.
You can hand them to a very powerful revelation from Swamiji. An important subject about coming out of delusional arrogance. The Throbhava Sankalpa, very important subject this is, because many times, even knowing that something is delusion, we arrogantly think when consequences happen, I can handle it. But really, when it happens, not having the ability to handle it and collapsing. This vicious circle has almost become like that's how life is for many of us. Many of you are seeing this, a very important situation. Many times, knowing clearly what you are holding on to is delusion, still continuing to insist and hold on to that. Hold on to that. Like when Corona happened, the COVID-19 happened, people, there was like so much of incompletion, suffocation built because they were in lockdown. Many people, just for the temporary gratification of able to go out of that lockdown, risked their lives and died of COVID just because they broke up for the temporary gratification. How many of you are understanding this through our simple question? Knowing that it is delusion, still continuing to cherish that, continuing to live in that. This is a really important thing to understand. It's not only in this situation, in multiple things we do this, even with your own health. You feel like, yeah, it's okay. I know I should not be doing this. I know I should not be eating this food. When it comes, I'll take care. But when it actually happens, what do you do when the disease actually happens? Understand this is an important thing that is constantly holding you, putting you to the matrix. The delusional arrogance. Arrogance. See, getting triggered internally and reacting for it externally and making stupid decisions in your life is called as delusion. The real problem might be you having a headache. But you get so upset with your spouse. You think your spouse is the reason for your headache. You just need a simple coffee. But instead, you go for sliding doors, people. Understand, this is how the delusional arrogance enters inside of you. Let us analyze this. Okay, let's do a thorough analysis. How many of you see that there is this delusional arrogance happening in your life? How many of you are able to see that? Can I request all of you to post in chat? Mabasti, Nevildas, Malika, Manana Surupini, all of you please post. How many of you are able to relate to this? How many of you feel like, yes, I'm able to cognize this? Great, let's do one thing. Take a few minutes and reflect. A recent situation where you were triggered and reacted impulsively. Take a moment and please write it down.
situations where you got reacted impulsively? In each of those situations, identify. Once you're written down, identify. How many of you finished this? If you've all finished step number 1, can you request all to put yes, finish step number 1? Angelica saying, I see the flow and the light. See, something will do it. The moment you become aware, the moment you start cognizing, it said 70% of your problem will lose its probability. The remaining 30% is only your completion 2-3 times and will just completely be, it will just become, it will become redundant in irrelevant. If you just become aware of your blind spots, it will no more be a blind spot for you. Now, each time, with all the triggers that you've identified, analyze the reaction that you did. Reflect on your immediate reaction. Why you reacted the way you reacted. If someone is trying to, let's say for example, your boss or your manager is trying to give you a feedback for a project, immediately you get triggered, you start reacting out of the delusional arrogance, you start reacting and you start everything that is told to you, start reflecting it. See, address each of these situations, whatever you've written down, look at what is the spontaneous reaction that happens in you. the participants. See, every if you just bring this understanding, if you just bring this awareness, you will suddenly see all the patterns, the internal agitations, the reactions that you carry. It will just drop. You will have so much the way you respond to life. There'll be so much of completion. It will be from purely from the space of completion. Now, we're all going to be entering the very beautiful Nitya Kriya which Sanjay has designed. The Kriya for curing obesity, any obesity related issues. And Sanjay has designed a very beautiful Kriya which will completely cure all obesity related issues. Each of these Nitya Kriyas are designed in various Hindu scriptures taken, and Sanjay has designed these techniques. And each of them are particularly designed to give you the desired result. So please take a few minutes. I request all of you to settle down. Let us all enter into the Nitya Kriya, the cure for obesity. And here, Swamiji himself will be guiding all of us into this Kriya. I request all of you to follow along as Swamiji is guiding. Please do step by step each of these, and let us all know into it.
This Kriya specially for obesity. Today I have added asana which anybody can do, very easy but very powerful, very effective. So this Kriya, this Nitya Kriya, today's Nitya Kriya directly cures obesity. Please understand. With or without diet control, this can burn lot of unnecessary cholesterol fat. Only thing you may need to drink lot of water and buttermilk for the Kriya to work properly in your body, in your system. Let's start the Kriya. First instruction. The first step is Anjali Asana. Please understand. Stretch your leg nicely and put both your palms below your base. Sit on your palms. This is the Anjali Asana. That's the first instruction. I'll read the instruction. This is Yoga Pradipika, verse 283 and 284, 285, 286. Let me give you the translation. Sit with legs extended forward, keeping the heels on the ground and toes pointing upward. Place two hands under the buttocks, palms facing upward and finger closed together. Please understand, palms facing upward. Palms this way. Palms should not be facing the downward. Palms facing upward. Fingers closed together. Try to bring elbows close to the body. See, these postures are mainly designed to create certain tension in your body where the Kundalini can be awakened, kind of a certain straightening out. So the Kundalini can be awakened. Direct the gaze between the eyebrows, means put your attention on Anya, between the eyebrows. It's called Anjani Asana. Be in this asana at least for 60 seconds.
The very tension created in your body by this posture will awaken the Kundalini. Now, next instruction. In the same posture, do the Udyana Bandha, Geranda Samhita, Upadesha 3, verse 10. Contract the bowels equably above and below the navels towards the back so that abdominal viscera may touch the back. He who practices the Udyana without ceasing conquers death. Hold, contract the bowels in and up. Hold as long as you can. Agnisoma Kumbhaka. I'll give the instruction. Prana should be inhaled through right nostril, and after retaining the same as prescribed, one should exhale through the other nostril, left. Please understand. Inhale through right, hold as long as you can, exhale through left, again. Now inhale through left and hold as long as, exhale through the right. It is Agnisoma Kumbhaka. Do it. Using the fingers. Inhale through right. Vyana Kumbhaka. This from Kumbhaka Patati, 66th verse. Vyana Kumbhaka is described by Parvati as completely filling the chest and contracting the whole body during the Kumbhaka. Please understand. Inhale deeply, hold the breath by contracting the whole body. Let me show you now. Inhale, fill your chest and stomach and contract the whole body and do the Kumbhaka. Hold. Visualize literally you are contracting the whole body. Have intense awareness of your whole body. When you can't hold anymore, relax, exhale very slowly. Do this 21 times. next step, Dakshinavarta Chakra Kumbhaka. This is Kumbhaka Patati 107th verse. Technique. Inhale deeply and completely through right. Hold the breath. Exhale through left. Again, inhale through right. Hold the breath. Exhale through left. Inhaling only through right. Exhaling only through left. is Gomukasana. I know obese people may not be able to do this asana, so just try. If you can, do it. Otherwise, it's okay. Gomukasana is from Atayoga Pratipika, first Upatesha, 20th verse. Place the right ankle to the left butt and the left ankle to the right. This is Gomukasana. In Gomukasana, Gata Kumpaka. In Kumpaka Patadi 112th verse technique. Inhale through both the nostrils, hold the breath, exhale only through right nostrils. Inhale through both, hold and exhale only through right. Working with fire means burning the fat. Start 21 times. Inhale through both, hold the breath, exhale through the right, only through the right. Start. Next step is Kumbharaja. Kumbhaka Patati, 134th verse. This is the most powerful pranayama which awakens the inner fire really and burns all the bad cholesterol, unnecessary fat. If just this pranayama alone is performed also, obesity will be cured. But all other pranayamas are preparation for this. It's called Kumbharaja, king of Kumbhakas. Let me give the instruction. This Kumbhaka Patati, 134th verse. One should forcefully inhale air and hold the breath, closing the nose properly, and exhale when you feel you can't hold anymore. Understand? I'll show you. Very forcefully inhale, hold as long as you can, and exhale when you feel you can't hold anymore. This is Kumbharaja. Do this 21 times. Ujjayi Kumpaka. This Kumpaka Patati, 131st, 32nd verse. Close your mouth, inhale through both the nostrils, hold the breath and exhale through left nostril. Close the mouth, inhale through both the nostrils, hold the breath, exhale through the left. I'll show you. Do the same 21 times. Inhale through both the nostrils, hold and exhale through left alone. relax. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
Let's enter into today's satsang. Thought is nothing but your inability to cope up with reality. The definition of a thought as per Paramashiva, inability to cope up with the reality. Whenever you are complete with the reality, you just function without something called thought. If you know you are thinking, there will be an incompletion and itching, irritation. If you are acting out of completion, there will not be any thoughts. There will be signals, there will be instructions, there will be orders from your consciousness to you. But there will not be thoughts. Understand? Signals coming from your consciousness, instructions, orders, commands coming from your consciousness to function, to be alive, to be active, to do something is not to be confused with the irritating, itching, confusing, incomplete, internal incompletion thoughts or thought currents. Listen. Thoughts are not needed for the consciousness to own, possess your intra-organ, internal organ and your body and move your life. You need to know, you confuse between your thoughts and the instructions of your superconsciousness to your consciousness, to your consciousness, to your intra-organs, from your intra-organs to your internal organs, from internal organs to your body. Don't confuse that and this. Listen carefully. Paramashiva moves this whole universe without thoughts, being in the state of Paramashanta Swarupa. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Paramashiva manifested it. Thoughts are your feeling something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion, that generates something cranky, worms going in your brain. Parasites running in your intestine. That crankiness, the thoughts and thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful, important cognition you need to cognize. Understand, Hinduism fundamentally does not believe in belief system or faith system. It very clearly explains the methodology of powerful cognition-based functioning system. I am not going to tell you, believe, you don't need thoughts to run your life. No. I am going to say, Shravana, listen, Manana, internalize, Nididhyasana, start living this powerful cognition. So the powerful cognition I am giving you now, Paramashiva, running the whole universe, much more than what we are running in our life. He is running it from the space of Paramashanta Swarupa, without any thought currents, out of pure intelligence. When he can run, you can run. Decide. You will be in the space and state of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa. and live your life, you will see thoughts and thought currents become redundant. They just fall off from you. Like a old skin getting peeled off and falling. The old hair falling. Old nail falling. Just like old things fall off from you. The ideology you need thoughts and thought currents to run your life will fall off from you. Meditate on this powerful cognition. Internalize it, manifest it. Do Shravana Manana Nididhyasana of Paramashanta Swarupa Paramashiva, who is so big, he does not need thoughts even to run this whole universe. Even to run this whole universe, he does not need thoughts. Why do you need thoughts to run your life? Too small. Decide to be in his space by listening, internalizing and manifesting this powerful cognition in your inner space. Live and experience thoughtless space. There is a space below your heart center, above the navel center, Anandagandha chakra, where all the 21 chakras, above 7, middle 7, below 7, all the 21 chakras merge in. In that Anandagandha space, remember you are Paramashiva. What you feel as Paramashiva, what you feel as I and Paramashiva is one and the same. With that decision to cognize Paramashivoham, Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivoham, he will manifest more and make you cognize you don't need thoughts and thought currents to run your life. Without thoughts and thought currents, just by directly manifesting his intuition and Paramashanta Swarupa, you become more and more efficient, more and more energetic, more and more alive, more and more spiritual, more and more strong, more and more enlightened. Your breathing and his breathing is one and the same. Please understand, this is the real good news he wants to tell you. If you are breathing, he is breathing inside you. Your breathing touches his breathing and comes back. Every time when you are inhaling, goes in and turns to come out, it touches his breathing and then comes out. So where your inhaling breath takes a turn as exhaling breath, that is where he is residing, he is available to you. His breathing and your breathing connects, only then takes a turn. Paramashiva's message from Sri Kailasa directly. Listen. Future can be manifested as you want. It can be planned and planted as you want. Listen to this whole science, step by step. First, listen, bring minimalistic, reactionary, assumptions in your inner space. Let me repeat this word. This is the key word. Minimalistic, reactionary assumptions means Paramashanta Swarupa is powerfulness, eternal youth, powerfulness. Reactionary assumptions makes you ugly, old, dead. Minimalistic, reactionary assumptions keeps you young, beautiful, alive. Withdrawing from reactionary assumptions is unclutching. Assumptions which makes you abusively react, explode. Understand? When you were young, you might have seen your uncle or dad or somebody in the family throwing tantrum, violently screaming, behaving abusively and establishing his supremacy and getting things done as he wants. Then unconsciously you decide and you learn this is the way to get your things done. And you associate that aggressive, reactionary, violent, throwing your weight is the methodology for getting your things done the way you want, and you associate that with heroism. Understand? This is the most fundamentally flawed, wrong assumption you come to assume. The binary logics exploitation over your system. Understand? Because your uncle or dad or somebody has thrown their weight and got the things as they want in one situation by reactionary aggression, does not mean life functions with that logic. Establishing your supremacy through the reactionary assumptions and aggressive, explosive, abusive, violent, throwing tantrum and establishing your supremacy through that violent, explosive behavior and associating abusive nature and heroism. Understand? All this might work in one or two situations for someone. But if you bring the binary logic and that is the way life happens, you are wrong. You are absolutely messed up. A little stronger word. So, there are some words I don't utter, but you hear. There are some words, even if I utter, you don't hear. But there are some words I don't utter, but you hear. Your life is, I have not uttered, but you heard. All right. Listen. Listen. Reactionary assumptions. Our reactionary assumptions are poison entered in your system bioenergy through binary logic. And every time the reactionary assumptions explode in your system, you have nervous breakdown. Reactionary assumptions. Our reactionary assumptions are poison entered in your system bioenergy through binary logic. And every time the reactionary assumptions explode in your system, you have nervous breakdown. If the nervous breakdown becomes a regular lifestyle, you have mental breakdown. Understand? But I will explain, and I request all of you to watch this satsang few times. See, principles of Ishana, principles of listening means, and principles of Ishana, principles of liberation means, I uttered the word principles of listening, it's principles of liberation. Principles of liberation means liberate yourself from reactionary assumptions. You will solve all the problems. You will manifest best possibility and best powers. I'll give you an example. I'll just give you an example, simple example. Almost 99% of the people have confusion between these two, anyone. Sometimes even both. Listen. The principles of liberation, applying the principles of liberation means withdraw. No, I'm not saying resign the job or divorce the spouse. No. Withdraw for just 48 hours, 2 days. Decide. I'm not going to be in this job anymore. I've decided. Liberation. Principle of liberation. Over. Now, this reactionary assumptions which is instigating me and making me feel this job is a torture. Let me discover all of it. Then, if you discover your reactionary assumptions which makes you feel that job is a torture, you will understand the real problems. And then you can list what for you were in that position, what all the good things that job is offering, what all the suffocations that job is making you feel. In this, how much is reactionary assumptions and how much is real suffocation? If you just sit and unclutch from Paramashanta Swarupa, Samadhi, Paramashanta Swarupa, and see the whole thing with the liberating principles. Understand? Whenever you come to the higher state, you are liberated from lower state. Whenever you decide to unclutch, you are liberated from that confusion. You get a clear vision into that confusion. Listen. If you are a visitor or viewer watching this satsang, to do this process I am describing, you will get a clicks, understandings, where your reactionary assumptions were making you feel suffocated without the real suffocation. So you can manifest more possibilities. If you are my disciple, I give you the promise, commitment. Do this process applying liberating principles of Ishana into every complication, difficulty, suffocation you are going through. I give you the boon. You will manifest the power and change the whole situation. Suddenly, you will have a different manager. Your boss will be changed. You will have a transfer to the same unit you want. You will have transfer with promotion, higher pay, the way you want. I'll cause all the battles. Just apply this principles of Ishana. Understand? With the blessings of Paramashiva. With the grace of Paramashiva, for my disciples, I am giving you a boon. You just apply the liberation principles inside. Transforming your boss, your subordinates, and cleaning up all the old mess you made is my responsibility. I commit with you. When I commit, you know I do it. With the grace of Paramashiva, I'll clean up the whole mess. You have decided internally, consciously. You tell Paramashiva, Paramashiva is inside your boss also. He is Antaryami. You tell Paramashiva, and with the grace of Paramashiva, for all my disciples, I give commitment. If you complete with Paramashiva, for everything you have done to your boss or your spouse, I commit with you. Paramashiva is responsible for transforming them, making them trust you are a new person, and let us start new. Let us start fresh. This is, with the grace of Paramashiva, my commitment to all my disciples. You don't have to feel, oh, I have to give up my ego now. I have to go and beg and ask them completion and all that. Relax. Listen carefully. Shanti means able to see the gap between what is the instinct of the I and what is the instinct of the mind. That is Shanti. Able to see inside your inner space. The thoughts generated in you, are they from mind or are they from I? Always the I realizes and releases only powerful cognitions. Always mind realizes and raises only powerless cognitions. It's an eternal law of life. Ability to see the gap is Shanti. Inability to see the gap is Moga. Understand? Worst shade of the lust is not the attachment with another person or the body. It is not the craving or the attachment you have for another person or the body. It is inability to see the cognitions you are carrying are from the I or from the mind. Shanti means ability to see the gap between these two. Is my decisions and ideas, identity is coming from the I or mind? Be very clear. All the great things comes from I and all the worst things comes from mind. Lust confuses you and makes you feel the I is the source of the mind, and many of the decisions of the mind gets the rubber stamp of I and gets executed. That is the worst forgery happens inside your system. Understand? It is like forging the president's signature. How can the country be safe if somebody forges the president's signature? Because once the moha is able to convince you the decision of the mind is the decision of the I, you just do it. Paramashiva is called as Paramashanta Swarupa. Meditate on this quality. I commit with you, I will program this Paramashanta in you. Intensify your inner space through any one of these methods. I'll describe the methods now. Just 5. Continuous, unbroken prayer. Or continuous, unbroken ajapa japa. Continuous, unbroken Paramashanta Swarupa Dhyana. Continuous, unbroken oneness. Continuous, unbroken, unclutching. Understand? I can give some more methods. First, let me describe these. Use any one of this or all of it, no problem. See, sometimes you may feel that prayer is so deeply helping you. Do that. Sometimes completely sitting in Paramashanta Swarupa, just letting the universe run, and you sit as Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashiva Swarupa, as the center of the whole universe. I tell you, really, the life you feel inside you is center of the universe. I tell you, this is the fundamental truth. The inhaling prana going inside you touches the Dvatashanta, the space of Paramashiva, where Paramashiva resides in you. Only then it takes a turn and comes out. If you start living in the space of peace of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, remembering the reality, he breathes, inhales and exhales in you. With the eternal bliss and peace. When that becomes Nitya in you, the very quality of your existence goes up. See, the taste, what you consider as joy, bliss, that very quality raises. You become beautiful to yourself and to everything, everyone around you. You become too cute to yourself, you yourself will start feeling, oh, I am so cute. And everyone around you will start feeling that, oh, he's so cute. That feeling, you feeling cute within you, about you, and everyone around you feeling you are cute for them too. That is the fragrance of Paramashiva oozing out of you. That joy Paramashanta Swarupa. Understand? The reactionary assumptions, patterns, reactionary assumptions, lifestyle, and the mess caused by reactionary assumptions and that lifestyle. Whether you are trying to clean up the mess or add more mess, it is delusion. Let me make it clear. The reactionary assumption patterns means assuming and reacting. Those patterns, I should call them as mala, toxins. Not only unnecessary, sitting inside you, dangerous, sitting inside you. There are some things unnecessary but not dangerous. But there are some unnecessary and dangerous. Mala, toxins are not just unnecessary but dangerous also. The reactionary assumption patterns, toxic and dangerous, not just unnecessary. Next. The reactionary assumption lifestyle. So, behaving this way and making decisions, becoming lifestyle. That is second. Third, the mess you made in your life due to this reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle. Understand? The fourth is the important statement I am making. Sometimes you go on adding to the mess in your life by continuing to operate based on reactionary assumption patterns, mala, and reactionary assumption lifestyle, pasa. If you are adding more and more reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption pattern based lifestyle, you are adding more and more alahala, poison in your life, and you are nicely getting by yourself. I did not utter, but you heard that word. Listen carefully. This is the most important punch. Even if you are trying to clean up the mess, created by the reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle. Even that will be delusion. The one and only solution is unclutching, withdrawing into supernal effulgence of Paramashivoham.
General. Now, what we just listened to, a very powerful revelation on what is Paramashanta's Swarupa. See, understand. Firstly, how many of you are cognizing and understanding this? See, the Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva, absolutely unclutched, yet intensely active, involved with life. For all of us, it's the other way. We are too clutched with everything and we are not being involved with life at all. Understand, Paramashiva moves whole universe without thoughts. Being in that Paramashanta Swarupa with absolutely no thoughts, he runs his entire universe. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Parameshwara manifested it. See, understand, if you see Swamiji, you will never see like so many things. Swamiji will be detailed visions and clear, precise guidelines, instructions, and like micromanage the work and macromanage it at the same time. But you will never ever feel like anything. Swamiji is never attached to anything. See, understand. First, let's understand what are thoughts. Thoughts are new feelings, something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion that generates something cranky. It's like worms cooking in your brain, parasites running in your intestine. That crankiness and the thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful cognition you need to cognize. So powerfully Samji defined what is a thought. The definition of thought by Parameshwar. Inability to cope up with reality. Whenever you're complete with reality, you just function without something called as thought. If you know, you are thinking, there'll be an incompletion, itching, irritation constantly happening inside of you. If you are acting out of completion, there will not be any thoughts. There will be signals, there will be instructions, there will be orders from your consciousness, but there will be no thoughts. Take a few minutes and actually look in. How many of you are actually seeing this? Take a few minutes, I request all of you to internalize this. And please write it down. Look into, are you operating from thoughts, reactions inside of you, or Paramashanta Swarupa?
Now, I request all the participants to look in and see, be aware, become aware of what is the thought current you are entertaining. What is the thought current that you are cherishing? Paramashanta Swarupa means establishing yourself in the space of pure peace. Paramashanta, complete silence in the inside. And this silence is not where, oh, okay, I'm going to suppress. That's what we are not doing. We suppress our anger, bite our teeth, grind our teeth, everything. And it's okay, all right. I'm very happy. I really love you, and will be boiling inside. No, that is not Paramashanta. It's not external action. Inside you, really establishing yourself in that space of no reaction, establishing yourself in that complete unclutching space, and manifesting from that space of completion. Any action you do, whenever you experience the state of completion, you establish yourself in the space of completion, you will manifest from that space. That is what is it's acting in Paramashanta Swarupa. It's taking every step from Paramashanta Swarupa. Now, in every step that you wrote down, look in which all actions or decisions is coming as a reaction, and which all aspects, decisions of you is manifesting from the space of completion. Please take a moment. you in the finish right now. Understand, in this sitting space, every step, everything that you do, have the awareness. Understand every action that you take, build consciously. Build your inner space in the absolute Paramashanta Swarupa without allowing tiredness to tire you, boredom to bore you, without allowing the patterns to trigger you. Just relax in that space of Paramashanta. Now, how do we experience that Paramashanta? Swami said the primary ingredient for experiencing Paramashanta is what? Not having any violence towards the self or towards others. That space of non-violence will manifest as Paramashanta Swarupa. Now we are all going to be understanding how do we manifest that ahimsa? How do we manifest that non-violence? We're all going to be understanding about that, and we're going to now be learning about it. So let's all enter into the next session where Swami is revealing to all of us about Paramashanta Swarupa manifesting through ahimsa. How do you establish yourself in ahimsa? And Swami is also going to be revealing to all of us about how the ecosystem of Kailasa is established in the space of ahimsa, like absolute non-violence. Why Kailasa does not have an army, and why Kailasa is absolutely tax-free, without army, everything. Swami is going to be revealing all of those to us, and let's all enter into the session now. And this session also contains the clips from the most recent revelations of Swamiji's exclusive content. So this is for all the participants of Paramashivoham. Swamiji had just recently revealed about the ecosystem in Kailasa and how non-violence will be practiced in Kailasa. So that's what we're going to be listening to as well now. That's all in the session.
The first principle, foremost principle, Paramashiva reveals in Vedagamas. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Non-violence is ultimate law. Non-violence is ultimate cosmic principle. Non-violence is the ultimate law of life. Understand? In Hinduism, all the great truths are revealed. All the great truths and ultimate truths are revealed, expecting all human beings to behave intelligently and comply. Understand? Hinduism guides and inspires you to comply, never makes compliance as compulsory. Listen. That is the beauty of Hinduism. The religion which neither allows conversion nor forms any foundation for terrorism. No terrorism, no conversion religion. Even though we continue to remain as minorities, we hold the highest principles as our core principles.
Understand? Your mind is mixture of both. I should say, for a common man, the powerful cognitions is very less percentage delusions, hopes, blind spots are all large number of percentage. I'll give you some example for blind spots. People in anger, in rage, sometimes think, come on, let's do it, and face what comes after that. But when after effects, the side effect, the result of what they have done, when it comes, they can't face. That is what I call blind spot based mental setup. Sometimes people make decisions arrogantly. You can see even in Indian movies. Constantly this Indian cinema is teaching violence as heroism. Oh God. So much violence is not required to run your life. But it is so unfortunate, Indian cinema makes you believe only if you are violent, you can survive, which is not true. Raising the negativity, friction among the human beings and encashing the cheap emotions, triggering the cheap emotions and making money. Most cheapest business. I've always seen in this Indian cinemas, the hero will tell, come on, kill that fellow, come what may, we will face it later. Actually, after that, when he is arrested and put in jail, he will not be able to face it. This is exactly they are teaching the Indian youth. Indian youth also behaves the same way. Come on, let's do it and face what comes after that. But after that, when it comes, they will not be able to face. The blind spot based thinking. Listen. All this blind spot based thinking, blind spot based mental system will collapse now in this pralaya. Actually, non-violence is the real heroism. We should teach our next generation how to take the non-violence and blissful coexistence to your core level. All this violence-centric heroism and violence-centric hero worship stories, everything should be moved away from the next generation. Violence should not be taught as heroism. Making yourself rich, happy, blissful through happy coexistence. That should be the lifestyle, and that is only going to be the future. Youth is not going to believe anymore this violence instigating ideologies.
Listen, I want to tell all my disciples, followers, devotees, people who are going to become Kailasavasis, all of you listen intensely. How any great spiritual revolution, spiritual awakening starts globally. We can start from Buddha. Before Buddha, we can go to Krishna. If we have to go little more further, Rama or Krishna or Buddha, the master and the core team disciples decided to sacrifice their life for Dharma, to live by Dharma, to stand by Dharma. They stood for the great truth, Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. With that intensity only, all of them caused a powerful spiritual awakening. Whenever you react for the attacks, injustice done to you, your goal gets diverted or your speed towards the goal gets reduced. But Paramashiva gave me such beautiful Paramashantatva, intelligence shining in Paramashantatva, ultimate peace. Never all the attacks, whether from externally attacks done or the internally from Sangha, the traitors, anything, never any agitation or reaction happened in me. And continuously, always I was focused on the goal. Never my speed towards the goal was reduced. During all attacks, whether it is from external enemies or the internal traitors, all I did, Paramburuli, Paramashiva Paramburuli, Mahadeva, what should I do next? He will give the script. That's all. I tell you, it is my absolute Paramashantatva, non-agitation, extreme peace, absolute peace, that made me successful. Listen, I tell you repeatedly, even if one moment I was agitated in this whole attacks, so many years of continuous abuse and persecution, hate speech I faced, laughers I faced. Even if 1 minute, 1 second I was agitated, the whole Sangha would have, I don't know what would have happened, I can't even imagine. Then, even if I was agitated internally, stressed internally, my speed towards my goal would have been reduced, which is what is the real plan, the expected success of my enemies and my traitors. I tell you, Paramashiva, by giving me absolute Paramashantattva, unagitated, absolute peace, non-violence, centered energy, he gave me the greatest strategies to resolve all the problems presented in front of me. I wanted all of you to know Paramashiva's Paramashantattva, his energy of ahimsa, is powerful, capable to guide his mission, protect his mission, expand his mission, take his mission to the whole world. That is why I am so confident. My confidence is on Paramashiva, not on the external situations, attacks, assassination attempts, lawfare, hate speech, persecution, all I faced from the external enemies and internal traitors. Listen, my confidence is on Paramashiva. He is more powerful than any of this. He is a greater strategist than any of this. And I tell you, repeatedly, any external situations, worst situations also, I always looked up to Paramashiva and his revelations, and he always standing by me, stood by me, manifesting through me, guiding me and winning. Whether you are Kailasavasi or Sarvanyapita, part of Sarvanyapita, anything, center yourself on non-violence, you will find best things in your life. And one more thing, when I teach you non-violence, not only I teach you, I am giving you my protection. Paramashiva gives you abhaya. Just go on deciding, strategizing from non-violence. I commit. I'll protect you. You will be protected. Mahakala Bhairava, my Bhairavas and Rudras will be around you, protecting you. Do not worry about others' violence towards you. When I teach, I'm not just teaching you, I give you protection also. Rest, relax in Paramashiva, relax in Paramashanta, enjoy, celebrate being cool, ultimate coolness. There is nothing worthy to get to the level of violence to be achieved. Listen, there is nothing worthy to be achieved in this whole universe by becoming violent, means losing yourself. Getting into the space of violence is losing yourself, delusion, deluding yourself. From your Paramashiva state, you are pulled into the delusion by ego, always through fear. When the fear is triggered in you, you get deluded and start manifesting violence. That's it. After that, you are a shit. You will do anything your ego says, your delusion says. First amendment is Ahimsa Paramo Dharma. Listen. Listen. I will elaborately explain. The first amendment is actually the first truth. The fundamental constitutional right you are given by Kailasa constitution is the right to be Paramashiva. Think you are Paramashiva. Feel you are Paramashiva. Believe you are Paramashiva. Treat everyone as Paramashiva and expect to be treated as Paramashiva by others. You have right to be treated as Paramashiva by others. This is a fundamental constitutional right Kailasa constitution gives you. First amendment of Kailasa. You have a right to be treated as Paramashiva by others. The best and only way this is possible is by realizing Ahimsa Paramo Dharma. The only toxin pulls you down from this, you being Paramashiva, you seeing everyone as Paramashiva, and you being treated by others as Paramashiva. The only toxin which disturbs this whole life flow is violence. If you drop violence, first you will see yourself as Paramashiva. You will see everyone around you as Paramashiva. You will naturally attract people around you who will treat you as Paramashiva. Your whole life becomes Paramashiva. I tell you. You actually define yourself inside you not just by what you believe as you, by what others believe as you and how others treat you, all put together. You start building you. So the best way to build you is you cognizing yourself as Paramashiva, and everyone around you also cognizes you and treats you as Paramashiva, is the best way to build your core cognitions and core identity. Ramakrishna has a beautiful example. He says, Ganga flows. There is a bamboo floating in the Ganga. Because of the bamboo, it looks like this side of Ganga and that side of Ganga. You just remove the bamboo, Ganga is Ganga. Same way, everything is Paramashiva. You are Paramashiva, others are, everyone is Paramashiva, everything is Paramashiva. If you just put the violence called bamboo, it looks like I, you, this side of Paramashiva, that side of Paramashiva. Me, you. If you just remove the bamboo called violence, it's all Paramashiva. It's all Paramashiva. The cool energy of non-violence, Paramashanta, non-violence, Paramashanta. Life is absolute joy. All toxins will leave your system when you just lift this bamboo of violence from Ganga. The flow of Paramashiva. Paramashiva Shaktipada. Paramashiva Shaktinipada flows in you when you lift this toxin called violence. Whether you are coming to Kailas or manifesting Kailasa from wherever you are, the core truth is make your life centered non-violence. Make yourself centered non-violence. Non-violent. Everything will follow. Tyaga, non-violence, unclutching, all these are not inactive, tamasic, inertia, lazy, tired, bored, withdrawn lifestyle. Non-violence means not only you will be non-violent, ahimsa, established in ahimsa, you will actively practice ahimsa and enrich everyone to live ahimsa. You will create an ecosystem where ahimsa can be practiced with integrity. Understand? All the infrastructures needed to keep the non-violence ahimsa alive. Media is the non-violent way of reaching out to people and telling the real truths and facts. Like media, education mechanisms, everything should be actively filled with the truths, ideas about non-violence, Yaga, spiritual strength, powerful cognitions, all these great truths. Listen. Again and again and again, many are trying to harass me through the social media and all other way, saying that, oh, you are teaching constantly non-violence, ahimsa, peace. Don't you see you are making Hindus weaker and weaker? Understand? If Hindus listen to what I am saying sincerely, they will understand I am trying to make them really stronger. Understand? Strength is intelligent way of existing. Strength is not violence. Strength is not terrorism. Strength is not conversion. Understand? Neither by conversion nor by terrorism any religion is going to survive in the future. Future of the religions is not going to be decided by their capacity of conversion or terrorism. No, that period is over. The next generation is not interested in conversion or terrorism. It is interested in living the life and life positive. Let me first make clear explanations. Let me first make you all understand how I adopt ahimsa, non-violence, for relationship with me and relationship with my guru, relationship with my first team, relationship with my sangha, relationship with my disciples and devotees, relationship with practicing Hindus, relationship with the whole universe, relationship with the whole humanity, relationship with everything. I'll explain step by step how I adopt. Krishna says beautifully in the Gita, if you know how I function, you will become enlightened. I tell you, Krishna is the greatest strategizer based on this Paramadharma ahimsa. Fools and stupids, anti-Hindus are those who claim Krishna made Mahabharata war. No!
Understand? Krishna personally went to negotiate peace. And he was abused. And Krishna knows he will be abused. He may be abused when he goes for negotiating peace. But still, he took the risk. Not only abused, there was a murder attempt on Krishna. There was a murder attempt. Krishna followed all the rules of an ambassador. Means coming without any protection, weapon, without any security guard, army, nothing. Just Nirayudha Bani, he came. And these bloody Gaurava fellows and Duryodhana, due to his extreme delusion, he orders Krishna's arrest. And then the whole earth shakes. And Bhumadevi kicked him out of his throne. He was thrown out of his throne. THROWN. Thrown out of his throne. THRONE. That time itself Bhumadevi decided this fellow, this Duryodhana, should not win in the war. See, arresting Krishna, not only not right as per the country law, it's atrocious as per even the cosmic law. Both the way. And originally Hindu kingdoms are supposed to run by cosmic law. It is cosmic law which runs the Hindu countries. Cosmic law itself is adopted as a country's law. That's why the constitutions are drawn. I'm telling you guys. When I read more and more the Hindu constitutions and Hindu criminal procedure codes, what a civilization. I'm just every day falling in love with Manu, Bharadwaja, Yajnavalkya. Core of me are Krishna. Our core which does the strategy is pure compassion, non-violence, ahimsa. Janma karma chame divyam evam yovetti tattvataha tyaktva deham punarjanmanaiti mameti sorjuna. All violence is delusion. Please listen. 99.9999% of the material out of which you are made and I am made. Listen. 99.9999% of you and 99.9999% of me, both not only same stuff, they also know each other as the same stuff. Listen. 99.99999% of the stuff out of which you are made, I am made. All of us are made. That stuff is same. And the most important thing is not only it is same, it knows we are all same.
So 0.1%. I won't even say 0.1%, 0.00001%. That only makes you feel you are separate from the universe. Anger and arrogance. Listen carefully. That is why I am telling, feeling separated is the most stupidest and worst delusion. Worst delusion. It is from the feeling separated stems violence. Violence is rooted in feeling separated. So listen. It's with extreme love and compassion I am telling you the secrets. Secrets of my success. And these secrets will make you successful. Never ever get frustrated about life. Never ever get angry about life. Never ever get violent about life. If you cut and check me inside, there will be 0% violence. Not even 1 iota of violence. That is the secret of my success. Now you should listen. All my kids, listen. I am sitting with you with my one hand on your shoulder and telling, Kane, இது பரம ரகசியமடா, நல்லா கேட்டுக்கோ. The material, the metal, core stuff out of which you are made, I am made, this universe is made, Paramashiva is made, that material is same. And the great news is, this material knows that we are all same. It is not that you need to build this enlightenment step by step. No. The material, which is you, your body, your mind, your core cognition, your individual identity, and what you call as your body, your mind, your privacy, your secrecy, your all the things. Whatever you call as you, closer to you, my mother, my father, my daughter, my sister, my son, my husband, my whatever, my friend, my beloved, my soulmate, or me. All this is made of certain stuff. That stuff and the Paramashiva, the stuff out of which Paramashiva is made, and the stuff out of which I am made, all of us are made. That stuff, that material is same. Listen. Just like how my Guru gave me straight teaching and liberated me from all the socially inflicted delusions about wealth, I'll give you some of the powerful cognitions and liberate you from all socially inflicted delusions and the pains due to the delusions related to Kala Tattva, time. Listen. Even death is okay, but don't ever become violent. Non-violence is the best strategy even in the face of the death, because if you adopt violence, you will go down into the more and more deluded consciousness and suffer. If you adopt non-violence, even if you die, you will raise into higher and higher consciousness. You can manipulate your ability to take birth as you want. Your ability to enjoy life as you want by the pure observance and cognizing ahimsa paramo dharmaha. When you cognize non-violence is the ultimate dharma, you have so many wonderful powers manifesting in you. You will master the higher states of existence, higher space of existence, because non-violence will bring tremendous strength and fearlessness. Every time you are non-violent and face the crises in your life, you will become fearless. Listen, non-violent response to every crisis removes the fear and strengthens your cognition, ability to cognize powerful cognitions. Now, just now, sit and listen and pen down this statement once more. Non-violent way of responding to every crisis in your life removes all fears from you and strengthens your powerful cognitions and your ability to cognize powerful cognitions and manifest them as reality. Understand? First, I want to tell you, I am neither optimistic nor pessimistic. I don't see world as negative. I don't see world as positive. I see the reality as it is. Listen. I don't see the world negative. I don't see world as positive. I just see it as reality and give you the existential truth to give you superconscious breakthrough. When you have superconscious breakthrough, whole life becomes positive, which is beyond positive and negative. Understand? When I say life positive, it is not the opposite word to life negative. For example, when you are frustrated, feeling low, you will feel life is negative, whole world is negative, whole world is conspiring against you, and everything is a fate, predetermined. There is no freedom, there is no life. You suffocate yourself. One of the most cunning thing your mind can do is it will make you doubt everyone other than itself. You slap yourself, beat yourself, stagger yourself 24/7 continuously and blame everyone in the world for stabbing you, for backstabbing you, front stabbing you, attacking you, slapping you. You blame everyone in the world, saying, oh, he is stabbing me, he is kicking me, he is beating me, he is slapping me. You blame God, you blame people, you blame world, you blame situation, you blame everything. But you continue to destroy yourself. You don't want to wake up to the reality you are doing it. So you just blame the whole world. When you feel life is negative, this is the way you perceive, you function. When you feel life is positive, you are excited, inspired, joyful, energetic. Listen carefully. When you are excited, inspired, energetic, you feel life is free will. Even the sky is not the limit. Full of energy, enthusiasm, excitement. And you feel everyone is good. You do all good to you and also praise everyone is doing good to you. Understand, I neither look at the world life negative nor look at the world life positive. I look at the world as straight reality. When you see the reality as it is, the love floods from your consciousness. I tell you, the love flooding from your consciousness is power. Love never makes you weak. If you are feeling love makes you vulnerable and weak, you are fool. Love makes you powerful, life positive. If you are feeling love makes you vulnerable, because of your love, others are taking advantage of you. You are becoming demon. You are falling in the trap of demons. I tell you, love does not make you life negative, life positive. It makes you living life powerful. The love I am talking is a power. Love makes you life powerful. I see the reality and I can see how the love makes me powerful and makes everyone in the world powerful. This love is a love comes from your being when you see the reality as it is. Neither life positive nor life negative, just reality as it is. That love empowers you. Listen carefully. My love not only empowers me, it empowers every one of you who receive it. In multiple level, my love empowers you.
Life is always win-win. If life is only me or them, it will be violence-based. The law of life is not violence. See, if it is violence-based, then only one person should be alive. Law of life is not violence-based. There are some universal laws. How much ever you try to deny them, you will not be able to deny them. The universal law is, whether you understand or not, everyone in your life is your extension. Your extension. After all, me. Let this health be extended to them. That is what is all about healing. That is what is all about healing. That's what we have proved. See, when I am trying to heal somebody, we have medically proved my brain waves and the other person's brain waves are in the same frequency. The other person's brain waves come up. For, see, when we did this research first in St. Louis, when I put my hand on the other person, you read the research. The other person's brain waves have suddenly become like mine for the full 20 minutes. And same way when I materialized, whoever is receiving the materialized object, their brain waves become exactly like mine for that 40-50 minutes. You understand? You can do that. When they are my extension, let this health be extended to them. And you will never attract the disease in you. Don't be afraid. We always have the fear, no. If that is the case, then suddenly in that same door, if their disease enters into this side, what will happen? You understand? It's always when you open yourself to the higher principles, only auspiciousness happens. Whenever you open yourself to the higher principles, only auspiciousness happens. Advaita expresses only Shiva. Means that Shiva means auspiciousness, possibility.
Paramodharma. So beautifully Swamiji revealed to all of us what is the core principle from which the entire Kailasa ecosystem functions. Understanding the source of your first person is the same to everyone around. When you cognize everyone around you, also reflects the same that space that you are in. Like Swamiji beautifully revealed, you will experience that real space of oneness. Absolute bliss, absolute joy. And you will experience the real oneness that Swamiji is revealing to all of us about. This one truth, right, if we just understand it and establish ourselves in ahimsa, where there is no necessity for violence. See, non-violence, it's not just you're controlling your violence, you're trying to control your violence. No. Just you experiencing that space of oneness, where you're having the kind of understanding. See, when the whole non-violence drops, when the whole violence drops in you, naturally you will start responding from the space of oneness to everyone around you. Each time you will see how in every aspect of you, you will start seeing how you will be able to radiate oneness, and you will be able to start actually experientially understanding and cognizing that space of upright. When you make every decision, many times what we do, when it comes to us, we have a different scale. When it comes to others, we have a different scale. We are all very sweet and soft and cute to ourselves, and we are very ferocious and demanding to life. Somebody beautifully told here. Adopting non-violence as a strategy in your relationships means being ferocious with your blind spots and being absolutely loving to others is the real insight. Because you continue to expand and take responsibility. Never ever get frustrated about life. Never get angry. Never get violent about life. See, the metal, the core stuff out of which you are made, that same thing this entire universe is made. The core stuff, it's like a clay. If I take a clay ball and I make, let's say, a policeman out of the clay, or I can make a king out of the clay, then I can make God out of the clay, I can make a flower out of the clay, I can make any form of the clay. But the core, every form, the forms may be different, but the material which they're all made from, that clay is the same. Same as Swami beautifully tells, everything, all of us are made of the same material. And the great news is, this material knows we are all the same. The core material, the source material, which is Paramashivoham. And whether us, every one of us, or animals, every being, the core material we're all made up of is the consciousness, Paramashiva Dhatu. When you start understanding this, when you are lazy, what strategies do you make? What justifications do you give? That same thing only people around you will give. See, we get so angry when people around us justify, but look in, you yourself will be justifying in some situations. We all do this in different situations. Reflect on that space, what are all the type of responses you give. Take a moment and list out all important relationships of your life. Your family, friends, colleagues, even your casual acquaintances, everyone, write them down. Take a few minutes and write them down. Now you will see how in each relationship you can build ahimsa. Please pen down. point that you identify. Wherever you identify all the relationships that you've written down. Pen down all the different emotions, all the different reactions, triggers, based on which in each relationship you act. See, now whatever you've written down, right, in each of your relationships, see where all, in one relationship, reflect and write down with your recent interaction, where all the frustrations and you responded from violence, like which is not needed, but you went and you responded from the space of violence. Please take a few minutes. I request all of you to pen this down. In each relationship, take a moment and pen down how you responded from the space of violence. In each relationship, every conflict that you have listed, all the conflicts that you have listed, in each of them, look in and see how you can respond from the space of non-violence. When you start responding, to life from the space of non-violence, in every aspect, you will see how so many unnecessary conflicts, reactions, and so many unnecessary things that you trigger because of your violence. Many times, you will, before even you process, within you, there will be so many reactions and you will start reacting to it. So consciously analyze your reaction for each chosen relationship. Think about how you responded during that conflict. Identify feelings of anger, frustration that arose, and how it affected your behavior. For example, I raised my voice and I became defensive. I felt I heard, and it caused me to withdraw from that conversation. Analyze the exact reaction that you had in each of these situations and pen them. again that reaction happens, do this exercise. Do this whole process of sitting, writing down, completing, looking in and identifying what is the exact reaction. Sit and identify each of them. And one of the best ways to break free from the cycle of this reaction and delusory arrogance is ferociousness. Being ferocious with yourself. What does it mean? When we say being ferocious with ourselves, what does it mean? Swamiji very beautifully reveals about it. And now we're all going to be entering into the session where we'll be learning about what ferociousness is.
Purpose of life is to have conscious access to the superconscious happening inside you. That superconscious happening is what I call as Paramashiva. Some traditions call as Parandama. Some traditions call as Parameshwari. Some traditions call as Parabrahman. Some traditions call that as Paramatma. Any name you may use, whether Paramashiva, Parabrahma, Parandama, Parameshwara, Parameshwari, Paramatma, any name. Having access, conscious access to that superconscious happening is the purpose of your existence. Listen to that, understand that truth. When you get conscious access to the superconscious happening in you, you will understand, you will be able to operate, involve, do what you want with using the manifestation of your superconscious happening. Having conscious access to the superconscious happening inside you is Ichcha Mrityu. That is what is Kala Samhara. That is what is Mrityuhara. That is what is Mrityunjaya. The great Mahamantra, Mrityunjaya Mahamantra, given by Markandeya Rishi, gives you the beautiful description of having conscious access to the superconscious happening inside you, and that Mrityunjaya Mahamantra also opens, it's one of the path to have conscious access to the superconscious happening inside you. Having conscious access to the superconscious happening inside you is becoming Siranjeevi, like Markandeya. Now listen. There are many paths to have conscious access to the superconscious happening inside you. ferocious with yourself and focusing on the source of your first person. Focusing on the source of your first person gives you conscious access to the superconscious happening inside you, and everyone around you is also carrying the same superconscious happening inside them. That is why I say every one of you is Paramashiva. Many people say, Swamiji, I can accept you are Paramashiva, even I am Paramashiva, but never my spouse. That is too much, Swamiji. I have seen many people saying, I can very easily accept you are Paramashiva, Swamiji. I can very easily, maybe a little more convincing, because you are saying, I'll accept, I am Paramashiva. But whether you say or anyone says, I cannot accept my spouse is Paramashiva. Listen, everyone has that superconscious happening inside them. To have conscious access to that superconscious happening, love, care, deep friendliness is the path, method. To have conscious access to the superconscious happening inside you, being ferocious with yourself and focusing yourself on the source of your first person, unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi dhyana, all this ajapa of Nadatma, all this is a methodology to have conscious access to the superconscious happening inside you. Love, care, sharing, deep friendliness, absolute love. Absolute friendliness, absolute care. All this is the method, technique, path through which you can have conscious access to the superconscious happening in others. All power manifestation is nothing but having conscious access to that superconscious happening. For Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Ferociousness is the source from which rejuvenation happens. When you allow fermentation of ferociousness inside you, rejuvenation happens. Understand? The more rejuvenation you allow, more you will be manifesting Paramashiva, more enlightenment energy, more and more you will manifest best things of life when you allow rejuvenation. You will be having more transformation, you will have better health, you will have higher energy, you will have higher powers, you will have everything best when you allow more and more rejuvenation to happen in you. Rejuvenation is too important. Listen. Rejuvenation is too important. Listen. Listen intensely. Please be very clear. I'll define ferociousness. Ferociousness means powerfully standing with the truth, even if the whole world outside and your whole world inside tries to delude you and denies the reality. The reality is you are Paramashiva. Even if the whole world outside tries to deny it, or your whole world inside tries to deny it. Ferociousness means powerfully standing with the truth, uncompromising, absolutely not letting the outer world to add any self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial inside you. The world or my world. See, your outer world is the world and your inner self, your inner space is your world, my world. For you, my world, for me, my world. The world or the impacts of the world on my world, nothing should be allowed to dilute you, to lower you, powerfully standing up with the truth. This ferociousness you are Paramashiva is the truth, ultimate truth. You should come to this conclusion because it is truth, not because if you believe you are Paramashiva, you can manifest powers, you can have this, you can have that. All that as a reason. See, when you cognize you are Paramashiva, you will manifest powers, no doubt. You will play with life, no doubt. Your whole life will be Leela, no doubt. But you should cognize you are Paramashiva because that is the truth. not because there is a utility value because of the truth. That is the truth. So, deciding to cognize the truth uncompromisingly because it is truth, powerfully, is ferociousness. Ferociousness should be cognized as uncompromising, powerful cognition of the ultimate truth because it is truth. Ferociously deny all the denials in the outer world or in your inner world. In the world and the impact of the world, outer world, in the inner world is your world. In both worlds, deny absolutely anything other than the ultimate reality. I'll describe precisely step by step. In the initial level, you will try to hold powerful cognitions like you are Paramashiva. The ultimate reality is you. And try to gamble with those powerful cognitions. I will believe I am the ultimate reality if my spouse stops fighting with me. I will believe I am the ultimate reality if my boss gives me vacation. I will believe I am ultimate reality if I get pay hike. You will try to gamble. But please be very clear. The happening of the outer world and its impact on your inner world both should not and cannot change the reality you are the ultimate. Ferociousness means cognizing the highest reality because it is reality. Cognizing the powerful truth because it is the truth. Not because of any utility value. The utility values will come, always will come. Once initiated by the Guru, be very clear. The ultimate truth should be lived uncompromisingly. Listen, you are Paramashiva. See everyone, everything as Paramashiva. Just uncompromisingly, powerfully hold this truth in your inner space and start acting on it. This is ferociousness. Understand? Two incidents I gave. In my life, one day I missed the morning Manglarati in Ramakrishna Mutt. Mutt has a beautiful routine. Early morning, during the summer it is 4 o'clock and during the winter it is 4:30. The morning Manglarati, everyone has to come and sit and do the spiritual routine. One day I missed the morning Mangalarti because I overslept. I did not do the cute analysis. Oh, what is the pattern? What must be the reason I overslept? I did not do all that cute diagnosis analysis. It was a ferocious decision. I think we should stop sleeping, that's all. The ferociousness with which I decided to stop sleeping. Only next 3-4 days I did not sleep. But the ferociousness was powerful enough to open my time layer. My decision to be in Mangalarati moved from length, imagination, breadth, visualization, depth, declaration to the space. Time opened up. And after that, not only I never missed Mangalarati, never sleep was a voting component of my life. Understand this word. Sleep last voting right in my life's any decision. Any decision I took in my life, sleep, tiredness, depression, boredom, all the four are same. Tiredness is the chemical effect of sleep. Depression is the psychological effect of sleep. Boredom is emotional effect of sleep. Coma is physiological, psychological, emotional effect of sleep. Death is the conscious effect of sleep. After that day, no decision could be influenced. Understand? After that, no decision in my life was influenced by sleep. The story of Bhishma. He goes to the woman, Santanu has fallen in love. Actually, he is going to pick up a girl for his father. That itself was not usual in Vedic tradition. And she expresses the fear that my son will not be a king. So I don't want to marry your father because you will be the king. Even if you don't become, your son will fight for the throne. See the ferociousness with which he handles the problem. He is not saying, don't worry, I will not fight, I will make sure my son does not fight. No! The ferociousness, I declare myself Akanda Brahmachari. Understand, the scene is described by Vyasa. It was such fantastic scene. Son sacrificing his life for father's lust, which is not dharmically expected. Dharmically, he is not expected to do this. He just deals the whole problem with ferociousness and says, not only I will be a servant forever to the Hastinapur throne, he declares himself as a servant of the Hastinapur throne forever, and he died for Hastinapur throne till the end. Understand? He dropped his body to protect Hastinapur throne. The last act he did, giving all the spiritual and dharmic strength he had to Dharmaraja. Now he is Hastinapur throne head. Before he left the body, he made sure the right person is in the Hastinapur throne, Yudhishthira. And he infuses all his best things, Vishnu Sahasranama, and the system to rule. Both he gives to Yudhishthira. I don't know how many of you know Vishnu Sahasranama was chanted by Bhishma on deathbed. On arrow bed, he chanted, and he gifted the great spiritual principles, the principles of administrating a country through a spiritual way, and gave literally everything to Hastinapur throne and left the body. Listen. See, in our Puranas, every incident and the boon and the whole story you need to connect and see. Only then you will understand the principles. He declares with all the ferociousness, no more sex. I am a brahmachari, Aganda brahmachari. Understand the ferociousness. Time opens. Listen. Whenever something happens on the planet Earth, when the time layer opens, the gods and goddesses shower the flowers. Any incident you read, Devatas were showering the flowers, that incident will be directly related to opening of the time. What is opening of the time? Your vow or the decision is from space, not restricted by time. Understand? Something is imagination, visualization, declaration, if it is bound by time. The same thing, if it is not bound by time, it becomes your space. It becomes your space. If you take the vow of integrity for 3 months, you will be constantly tired, bored, depressed, frustrated. Oh, this is binding. Anything which you think you will break will tire you, bore you, depress you, and force you to break it immediately. Why delay? Ferociousness opens time. That makes your imagination, visualization, declaration into your space. When Bhishma declared, I am Akanda Brahmachari, the power. It was so powerful. It was so powerful. Heaven showered. Heaven showered. Understand? Any situation, if you deal it with ferociousness, your declaration becomes space. Your declaration becomes space. Where the whole nature just supports you. What makes you powerlessness? your own fear or incompletion or distrust on you, you may not stand with something which you are declaring forever, whether it is a sannyas or marriage or oneness or Shakti manifestation, whatever. Your own feeling, you may not stand with it, or you may not be capable of standing with it. That makes you powerless, and that makes things only as a imagination, visualization or declaration without letting it become space. Understand? If you declare from your space the oneness, now you will manifest all the powers of Sadashiva. Because the initiation is same. It's not that initiation is going to change. Initiation is same. That's not going to change. Antidote for not manifesting powers is ferociousness. You just need to add more ferociousness in your oneness declaration. Your inner space need to be told ferociously, oneness is going to be the space from which I'm going to make all the decisions. All my decisions are going to be from oneness. All my decisions are going to be from the logic of oneness, visualization of oneness, depth of oneness. Understand? If you want to have a big breakthrough in power manifestation, I am giving you the knack technique. Ferociously deal with your powerlessness. Let ferociousness become the attitude with which you deal your powerlessness. Understand? Whenever Guru shows you the ferociousness, Master shows you the ferociousness, he is showering the real love. Don't think Adi Guru, the great Master Dakshinamurti and Kala Bhairava, all the ferocious forms of Paramashiva, like Kalantaka, all the ferocious forms, and Adi Guru Dakshinamurti, all of them came from the same face, south face Agora. Don't think it is coincidence. Adi Guru Dakshinamurti and Kala Bhairava, all of them came from the same face, Agora, south face. It's not coincidence. Ferociousness is a straight, intimate, raw, integrated way Guru deals you, handles you. If he has to strategize and present himself very sweetly to you, understand you do not have an integrated relationship with him. You have a strategic relationship. He will also be having a strategic relationship. Ferociousness is Paramashiva dealing you with his own hands, with his empty hands, bare hands. He will never kill you. He will only hug you. Anything you see other than ferociousness, all forms of sweetness, is handling you through a strategy, means some weapon. The weapon may be looking very comfortable, but not good for you in long term. Ferociousness, straightforwardness is the best integrated, intimate relationship with Guru. Understand, my love is lubrication for your machine. My ferociousness is energy, fuel, power for your machine. Any machine can run without lubrication, but it cannot run without power, energy. My ferociousness is as important as power is needed for the machine to run. My love is lubrication, optional, which is not compulsion. Don't even expect lubrication. Understand, more patterns, more unconscious, more delusion, more you become time bound. That is why Kala Bhairava is described as ferociousness. This is exactly I learned from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He says, whenever you are ferocious and break one pattern, you gain 1 hour extra in your life. Understand? I'm giving you a rough example. Sometimes when you break one pattern, you may get even 3-4 hours extra. Means that 24 hours chronological time is different. Consciously, how many hours you are living, that psychological time is different. Phenomenology of the time. Listen. In reality, chronological time does not matter for your existence because you are a conscious being. A being just takes birth, eats, reproduces, ages and dies. For that being, chronological time is enough. But you are not that kind of a being. You are a conscious being. You have a purpose to exist. You feel desire, fear, greed, wanting, not wanting. You have choices. And you feel your freedom to choose. Understand? The moment you feel you have a will, you are a conscious being. So how many hours that are available for your consciousness, your awareness, that psychological time matters. Every time you are ferocious and break a pattern, you gain time. You gain conscious extra, conscious longevity. Every moment you live in Kailasa, I will naturally teach you to be ferocious with yourself and break a pattern. That is why the time you spend in Kailasa feels like, wow, so much time. Because every pattern destroyed, you gain inner space. Every powerful cognition inserted, you gain a power. Your inner space, takara akasha, is like a milk. If you do the right process, it can become ghee. With powerful cognitions getting added, it can become ghee. if it is bound with patterns, it can get rotted, wasted, destroyed. Kala Bhairava is the symbol to teach you ferociousness and break all the patterns. Every time you break patterns, Kala Bhairava gives you the blessing. Have few more hours. Enjoy, my son. What I am talking is the most scientific principle. Understand? Paramashiva is most scientific scientist. The most scientific scientist. Exactly, I learned this from Paramashiva.
Nityanandam, what truth Swami revealed now? This exact experience is what all of us are going to be receiving as initiation today during the darshan. Experiencing Paramashanta Swarupa, Shanti based Shakti Shanti-based bhakti and Shanti-based bhakti means peace-centered revelations. Every aspect, everything in your life, making it peace-centered, Paramashanta-centered. See, this Paramashanta is not just what we understand as peace, but today what Swami is going to be initiating all of us is into experiencing that real completion and absolute peace, inner peace within us. And this is the experience that Swami is going to be initiating all of us into today. Can I request everyone to please come and settle down in front of the camera? Very, very shortly, we're all going to be entering into the darshan. And today we're all going to be receiving the darshan of Simhagna Murti, forms of Paramashiva. In each of these manifestations, he happens to liberate people, to liberate Parandhama from all the different Maya illusions that he is stuck in. This is one of the most powerful happening of Paramashiva, Saraveshwara, which is Simhagna Murti. And Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us into Paramashanta, absolute inner peace, and initiating all of us into this. I request everyone to please settle down, come on the camera. And today during the darshan, Swami is going to be initiating all of us into this very space.
See, first, let's understand something. Why it is so important to be established in this space of ahimsa? It is not just for as a value or a morality. It is the absolute ultimate truth of life, principle of life. And understand, when you actually start living that, suddenly you will see so much of auspiciousness will happen. The reason why someone is violent is because all of you are able to see us and hear us clearly. See, understand how the space of Paramashanta, absolute non-violent space that you are in, it is not just for, okay, I should be loving towards others, I should not be violent. It's not just towards others, it's even towards yourself. When will a person be violent? Only when you feel you can be violated inside you, you'll be violent outside. The moment you realize, cognize inside of you, okay, I can never be violated. Simply the continuous terrorizing that you do to yourself and the violence you carry outside, both will start dropping. They will just melt down. And today, during the darshan, this is literally a boon that we are going to be receiving from Swamiji. Understand, all of us are going to experience what it means to have that space of absolute peace. Peace established on peace, Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva. I request all of you to kindly settle down. We are about to enter into today's darshan. Darshan is extremely sacred. During the darshan, we are actually entering into the direct connection with Swamiji. And through this connection that you experience, you're actually having the Shakti Pada with Swamiji. And the space that Swamiji himself carries gets transmitted to you. So please kindly come and settle down. I request all the participants to come and settle down, sit in front of the cameras. Sit with a deep prayer to experience that ahimsa space in you. Whatever things you know as violence inside of you, decide that let me drop all of that, surrender and settle down. This correct, this very space that Swamiji is going to be initiating us today. In today's session, Swamiji will be transmitting that experience where you will be able to experience that peace, that flaring up that happens within you, inside you, wherever you experience that deep unsettled feeling or incompletions, agitation, everything that gets triggered in you. Literally, with Swamiji's initiation, when Swamiji initiates and transmits that experience to you, you will be able to see how exactly your inner space gets established in that ultimate peace, Paramashanta. And this state, like Swamiji beautifully explains, the core of Paramashiva, the absolute core of Paramashiva is Paramashanta. He is established in the space. And he lives eternally in this space, in the space of Paramashanta. Shanti-based Shakti, Shanti-based Bhakti, and Shanti-based Bhakti. Now, I'm going to request all the participants in today's darshan, anywhere, wherever you are struggling with anger, delusion, any Maya you want to break free from. See, like Swamiji beautifully tells, Maya is anything that convinces you are not Paramashiva. Anything that convinces you that something other than Paramashiva is true is delusion. Wherever you are stuck in delusion, all those places, today, with Swamiji's state, you can experience complete completion within you. All the triggers that happens in you, right? Like the response system is set in such a way, many times you start reacting to things. All of that will completely be healed in you. Can I please request everyone to come on camera? I'm still seeing some of the participants are not on camera. Ma Chengwang, Ma Mahaganeshwari. Please settle down with your camera on. In just a few minutes, we're all going to be entering into the darshan. And today we're all going to be receiving this most beautiful initiation. So please settle down, have your cameras on. During the darshan, you can post all your prayers, your boons requests, your blessings requests. And Swamiji will himself, each and every one of us, shower you with all the blessings. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Let us all enter into the deep meditative space, preparing ourselves for the darshan. In today's darshan, the initiation that we're going to receiving is very, very important. So do not miss. If you have any of your loved ones, especially if you have young children and any like people who just if they receive this one experience today, you will see suddenly how amazing breakthroughs and shifts will start happening in them. Please close your eyes. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Ma Madhushri Shastri, please keep come on camera. Ma. And Ma Basi Nurdas, Ma Margarita Vasconcelos, Ma Mahaganeshwari. Close your eyes. Bring that Paramashanta in your inner space. Bring unclutching, deeply unclutch. Experience that absolute thoughtless inner space. Settle down from all your distractions. Prepare yourself to receive
the most precious experience in your life. Every moment of you receiving darshan, literally you're coming face to face with the divine. You're receiving ultimate that ability to speak, to receive initiation from the divine, from God Himself. Continue to remain seated in a deep meditative space of gratitude. Relax. Seek the source of your first person. Identify who you are, what you are. Seek the source, what makes you, what is a